Danielle Bailey.
Here.
Andre Spinelli.
Here.
Jared Gardner.
Here.
Radhika Krishna.
Here.
Jim Winchester.
Here.
Scott Pullis.
Here.
Jeff Ron.
Here.
Greg Strike and Aaron O'Quinn are excused. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Moving on to our next item of business, is there a motion to approve the minutes? Motion by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Ron. Is there any objection? There is no objection. The minutes are approved. Moving on to our next item of business, disclosures. Commissioner Pullis?
Yeah, I have to disclose, I was not yet seated on the commission when the public hearings for cases 2021-007 and 2021-0008 were initially heard, but have since listened to the audio and can participate.
Thank you. Commissioner Winchester?
Yes, I was not here for case 2021-0059, resolution 2021-015.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner?
No disclosures.
Commissioner Spinelli?
I was absent the night of 2021-008 and 2021-0007, but I have listened to the audio and can participate.
Thank you. Commissioner Krishna?
No disclosures.
Commissioner Ron?
Thank you. I was not yet seated on the commission when the public hearings for cases 2021-0007 and 2021-008 were initially heard, but I have also since listened to the audio and can participate.
Thank you. Moving on to, and I have no disclosures. Yes, Commissioner Pullis.
I was absent for case...
Can you please turn on your mic?
My bad. I was absent for case 2021-0059.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right, moving on to our next item of business, the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Commissioner Krishna, seconded by Commissioner Winchester. Call for a vote. All right, that motion passes, and we'll be fixing the voting tally after this is over. Moving on to our next item of business, case 2021-0063. Staff, can we hear a report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 2021-0063 is a request for approval of a non-public hearing site plan review for an existing fueling station located on the southwest corner of Tudor Road and Arctic Boulevard. The fueling station is undergoing a renovation and a change to a convenience store and a separate alcohol package store. Standard number 1 is not met, but will be met through this site plan review process. The original development of this site was in 1971 when a Texaco service station with 2 awnings over gas pump islands was constructed. The site was zoned R2 at the time of construction, and the use was not permitted at that time. Later in 1994, the site was rezoned to the B1A district with special limitations to allow the use of the fueling service station to continue. The special limitations of the district required a non-public hearing site plan review. The required site plan review was never completed. This case resolves that requirement. Standard number 2 will be met with the conditions of approval. The 2040 Land Use Plan map identifies this area as a neighborhood center within a transit-supportive development corridor. The neighborhood commercial center designation calls for small to medium-sized retail centers that serve one or more surrounding neighborhoods. These fill gaps in areas between the larger centers and provide services convenient to nearby residents. Fueling stations are permitted in the B1A district by conditional use. The proposed convenience and liquor stores are permitted uses in the B1A zoning district. A convenience store has a use-specific standard that applies to the R4, the R4A, and the B1A districts, prohibiting the sale of alcoholic beverages from the convenience store. The original plans for this development show the liquor sales within the convenience store. The applicant has been made aware that liquor sales are not permitted within the convenience store. A requested condition of approval is for the liquor sales to be separated from the convenience store. The site does not meet the required dimensional standards for the district. The existing fueling canopy at the east side of the lot encroaches 1.16 feet into the required 10-foot primary setback at Arctic Boulevard. A requested condition of approval is for the applicant to obtain a variance for the canopy encroachment or to show removal of the encroaching portion of the canopy on the proposed site plan. As part of the proposal for this site, the applicant is also seeking approval of an alternative equivalent compliance request for landscaping. The request is found on page 20 of your packets and on landscaping sheet L101 on page 59 of your packets. The alternative landscaping proposed reduces the width of the planting beds along Tudor Road and maintains the 10-foot wide fueling aisle along the pumps. An increase in the landscape bed in the northwest and northeast corners is proposed to provide a total of 950.34 square feet of landscaping, which is an increase of 175.47 square feet over what would otherwise be required by code. The overall number of shrubs proposed is above what is required by code, and trees in the northeast corner have been spaced at 10 feet on center instead of the 20 feet as required for L1 visual enhancement landscaping by current code. The planning director has reviewed the request for alternative equivalent compliance and recommends approval. If the commission denies the alternative equivalent compliance, a requested condition of approval is for the applicant to provide a landscape plan showing the required landscaping materials and planting bed width. The proposed parking on the site conforms to current Title 21 parking requirements with 6 parking spaces proposed. The site lacks area for 2 required queuing spaces at each end of the Pump Island lanes. Title 21, Chapter 7, Section 090L7 allows the municipal traffic engineer to approve a reduction in the number of required queuing spaces if documentation prepared by a traffic engineering professional demonstrates that the change is appropriate and consistent with the intent of code requirements. A requested condition of approval for this site is for the applicant to obtain approval from the municipal traffic engineer for the lack of those required queuing spaces. Standards number 3 and 4 are met. The proposed fueling station has existed at this site for 40 years, and the continued use of this site for fueling with a convenience store and alcohol sales is not anticipated to create adverse impacts, and it is consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan. In conclusion, if the commission approves the alternative equivalent compliance request for landscaping, the department finds that the standards of approval are substantially met and therefore recommends approval of the site plan, subject to conditions of approval on pages 8 and 9 of the staff packet. I will be happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Ron?
Thank you. Through the chair, staff appreciate the run-through of what was provided in the staff packet. With respect to agency comments, on page 2, there's a note about watershed management services, and it carries on to page 3 about site topography based on some investigation that they may have done, and a comment around potentially needing some additional chloride treatment at the site. I didn't see that listed as a condition of approval or carried forward elsewhere in the staff packet. Do you have any additional information that you could share on that topic?
Those comments from watershed are typically reviewed during the building permitting process and resolved there. It can certainly be made a condition of approval that they obtain watershed approval for the site.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I have one procedural question for staff. Do we turn to the petitioner for site plan reviews? We do. Thank you. Checking to see if we have any other commissioner questions in the queue. Seeing none, we can hear from the petitioner. Oh, sorry. I'm going to take one question from a commissioner first. Commissioner Krishna?
Thank you, and sorry for the delay. Yeah, my question is just about how the site plan review functions. And I suppose the question is that I don't see that there has been an existing conditional use permit or process done. So just to clarify, the site plan review functions as a conditional use approval for this gas station use?
In this case, essentially it does. This is an existing site that's been around since the 1940s. And when the rezone was done in the 1990s, 1994, this non-public hearing site plan review was called out as the process for approval on this site.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we can hear from the petitioner.
My name is Melissa Branch. I'm with Big City Engineers, and I have Ambrose Coughlin with Vitus with me tonight. So Vitus purchased the property end of December, end of last year. So as you can kind of see from the history, they inherited an adventure and have been working really diligently with MOA staff to resolve the issues on the site, bring the site into compliance. So we've been working through these. As you can see with the alternate equivalent compliance with the landscaping, trying to figure out how to bring the site towards compliance with the landscaping and still maintain the functionality of those existing fuel stations, because if we have to provide the landscaping in that area between them, they lose that fueling capability. And we've submitted for the variance, and so we're waiting for our hearing date on that, but all the materials are done and it's been paid, and we're working through that process as well. So we really wanted to be on hand to answer questions for you.
Any questions I have, or any questions you have, I can answer.
Any questions for the petitioner from the commission? Commissioner Pullis?
I'd just like to follow up on Commissioner Ron's question. It pretty much said that drainage can fall off the south end of the site. Is there any plans ahead as to deal with that if that is an issue? I'm not saying that is an issue. I'm just asking, have you guys thought about that, how to deal with that?
So with part of what we're doing, we're actually adding landscaping on the south end, so we have that opportunity with our landscaping work to address that, and so that we can keep any snow storage contained in that and then into our landscaping, and yeah, to shape it, yes.
As a follow-up question, would you have any objections to an amendment requiring that the petitioner reconcile any drainage concerns with watershed management services as a condition of approval?
I guess.
Oh, we've already done that.
We are doing that as part of we have a building permit going on, so, I suppose we don't, because we're going through that process right now.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the petitioner? All right, thank you. You have 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining for rebuttal if you would like to use any of that time. No. All right. As this is not a public hearing item, Commission, what is the will of the body? Commissioner Ron?
Yes, in case 2021-0063, request for major site plan review for fueling station and convenience store, I move that the board approve according to conditions number 1 through 6 on pages 8 and 9 of the staff packet, with an additional standard stated petitioner shall reconcile with watershed management concerns related to snow storage and runoff. That language is not fixed and can be adjusted if needed, but we'll start there. Also would like to change the language in condition number 3. It currently states a formal request for approval shall be submitted. I believe that's already been done, so I'd suggest that we change the language to obtain approval from the municipal traffic engineer to allow for that reduction in queue length.
Motion by Commissioner Ron. Commissioner Krishna, your second was in the queue before it was all fully stated. Do you still second?
Yes.
All right. There is a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Ron?
Thank you. Through the chair, just acknowledging for the record that I do intend to support the motion. I agree with staff's findings. I would change some language where it stated that standards are not met to will be met or would be met based on the conditions of approval, and those things that we've heard are currently in action with respect to what the applicant is doing. So I intend to support the motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Paulus?
Yeah, I intend to support this approval. It'll meet all the criteria provided in the case. There's no clear objections from the community at all. The site has operated since a gas station since the 70s, and with the additional requirements, I think that it'll be a great development.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. I actually have a quick question for staff, and that's that in support of the alternative equivalent, sorry, I just forgot my terminology.
Compliance.
Compliance, thank you. Are there specific findings that should be made with respect to those particular criteria for that?
Yeah, the findings should state that the proposed alternative equivalent compliance achieves as good as or better of a standard as what is required by code.
Okay, and is the baseline that's required by code kind of the L1 general visual enhancement?
Yes.
Okay. I might pipe in a second on that.
Any other comments from the commission? Commissioner Gardner?
I'll just go ahead and add, I intend to support the motion as well, and I think in addition to the reasons that were stated, for the criteria identified in the packet with respect to 2107080, the landscaping, that the criteria for alternative equivalent compliance are satisfied, and that the proposed alternative design meets and promotes the intent of the L1 visual landscaping requirement.
Thank you. Call for a vote. And that motion passes. Moving on to case 2021-0093. Staff, can we hear the report?
Yes, Chair, thank you. So this is item F5B in your packets, and there is a site diagram on page 10 of your packet, and then there's actually a close-up drawing of an intergovernmental use permit, what would be, and that's on the following page, on page 11 of your packet. So the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering Department seeks authorization for the use of municipal property dedicated as Connors Bog Park for an intergovernmental use permit in accordance with the Anchorage Municipal Code Title 25. The intergovernmental use permit is 464 feet by 21 feet on the northern boundary of Connors Lake Subdivision Tract B for a driveway to the West Anchorage snow disposal site. The purpose of the authorization is to construct a driveway from Northwood Drive to and the street maintenance facility to the new snow disposal site in West Anchorage. The Parks and Recreation Commission and the Planning and Zoning Commission both have to adopt resolutions recommending authorization of an intragovernmental use permit. Page 14 of your packet has, the Parks and Rec Commission has already made a recommendation for approval of this intergovernmental use permit, and the Planning Department is recommending approval of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. So my question is, I guess I don't have a very clear sense of exactly what the permit is, and I'll clarify. I guess my question is with respect to in the on page 14, the resolution that you identified there from the Parks and Rec Commission, there is discussion about an intent to incorporate design features to offset trail and visual impacts. And is there any aspect of the permit itself that could incorporate that understanding so that that's clearly included?
I'm just going to refresh my memory.
Sure, the specific language I was looking at is the final paragraph, the be it resolved paragraph in the latter half. Or is that somehow already included?
Through the chair, Commissioner Gardner, the next step will be for the planning department to package a resolution that will ultimately be adopted by the Planning and Zoning Commission with this Parks and Rec Commission resolution and send that to the Assembly. And the Assembly will take both recommendations into account. The Planning and Zoning Commission could make a finding that mirrors Parks and Rec Commission. You know, it's a little extraordinary. The intergovernmental use permits that I've seen, it's really just kind of a legal document that the government has the right to use its own property for like a driveway or a road or something like that. And I think that the design team has looked at the smallest possible, narrowest amount of the use of parkland for this driveway. So I don't know really what space there is to try and incorporate, you know, additional design features to lessen impact and deal with trails, lessen visual impact. I think that I'd be interested in hearing the design teams.
Sure. Okay, but just to confirm then, so what we were asked to recommend approval of today is just limited to, you know, as laid out in the ordinance, it's authorizing the use along the specific dimensions that are identified in that document on page 11.
That's right, and if I could just add one more thing, that I've not had one of these where there was a caveat, like a condition of approval or something like that, but I suspect that you know, a recommendation could be added. I mean, Parks and Rec has done that.
Okay.
In this instance.
Thank you.
It's just haven't seen anything beyond the authorization before.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Commissioner Ron?
Thank you, through the chair. I think my question is also better suited for the design team, but to staff, I'll ask in advance. Carrying on Commissioner Gardner's question in part, I'm interested in the amount of site-specific information that was used to dictate the location that we see before us in terms of efforts to reduce impact at site. Not seeing any additional information in the packet. Again, I'll reserve my question for the design team, but if you have any information to share on that topic, I'd appreciate it.
Through the chair, yeah, the design team I know can speak to this. What I've witnessed is they struggled and put a lot of thought. They wanted, the design team wanted to, okay, so for the proposed future West Anchorage snow disposal site, it is landlocked. It's abutting, you know, a freeway and, you know, the De La Vega Park and wetlands. And so the only access that it can get to a street from that property to get vehicles in and out is through the street maintenance facility that's just a little over and above it. And the design team hoped to not have to ask for authorization for the use of parkland and to design a driveway that would go from this site to the street maintenance facility within the within the, there's I'm forgetting the name of it now, there's an easement along the north boundary of it, a section line easement, which is sort of a global, those easements were meant for access in and out of properties. But currently there's like a high voltage transmission line there. There's electric lines that would be really difficult to move. So the design team, there was no physical way for them to get a driveway to this property without this. And so this is the minimum amount of, and those are the words that I heard them use, this is the minimum amount of driveway that they would need in order to connect the end of Northwood Drive by driveway to this property. So there's just, it was kind of like, there's no other alternative, and they just sought the smallest possible footprint. That's the way it was explained to me.
Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, can we hear from the petitioner?
Resources? Sorry? How close should I get? Not that close, apparently. I'm a water resource engineer and project manager for this project with HDR, engineering firm here in Anchorage. I'm representing the municipality of Anchorage, project management and engineering on the West Anchorage Snow Disposal Project. HDR and PM&E are here to address 3 requested actions concerning the proposed project. The first is an Intergovernmental Use Permit, which is the one we're discussing right now, needed to provide access to the newly selected site, and later in the evening my colleague Lori Cummings will follow with a rezoning application and a comprehensive plan map amendment request. We realize that without the approval of the rezoning and comp plan amendment, the access permit is probably moot, but as this is the order of proceedings, I will take time to present background on the project and give details about the needed access permit. The proposed project will replace the leased Northwood snow disposal site located south of International Airport Road off Northwood Drive, and what you see in this photo is the site nearing capacity during the big snow year of 2012. For scale, this is the city's largest snow disposal site, accepting 20% of the snow haul in a typical year. It can hold 260,000 cubic yards of snow at max capacity, less depending on yearly lease arrangement, and produces up to 26 million gallons of meltwater annually that drains to and maintains the wetlands and lakes of Connors Bog. So where does all this snow come from? We've all seen the snowplows at work, but many of us don't know the extent of their operations. The city's hardworking street crews are responsible for snow removal on 1,300 lane miles of road in the Anchorage Bowl. In a nutshell, after the snowfall, the plows windrow the snow into the center of the streets, rotary plows load it into trucks, and 62,000 loads annually are hauled to 8 snow sites scattered around Anchorage. Truck rental and haul time is one of the largest costs for snow removal, and snow storage sites are strategically located to reduce these haul times. Anchorage is, of course, a snow city, and an increasingly dense one. As new roads are built and old ones rebuilt, their footprints are often expanded to include pedestrian and bike lanes. This reduces the area within the right-of-way for snow storage and puts increasing pressure on the city's snow haul and storage systems. Likewise, climate change has increased the precipitation in Anchorage Bowl by 15 to 25% over the intervening years. All of this adds up to a need for additional snow storage capacity at a time when space for these facilities is becoming increasingly limited. What you see here is a screenshot from a February 2012 Los Angeles Times article highlighting a need for additional snow sites. In fact, since 2012, the municipality has lost 2 of its snow sites to development, And a third, the subject of this project, is in jeopardy. This slide shows how the city is divided into snow haul service areas, each based around an individual snow storage location. While most sites are municipally owned, several are leased. The city has long-term lease arrangements allowing for long-range planning and operational stability on all but one of these sites, and as you have probably guessed by now, that one site is the subject of this project. Replacement of the Northwood Drive snow storage site is the target of the West Anchorage Snow Disposal Project and the subject of the request before you tonight. The existing Northwood site is located adjacent to the street maintenance headquarters at Klepp Station off of International Airport Road. The site is owned by the Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport, and because of FAA regulations, the lease is negotiated on a year-to-year basis. The terms of the lease and the size of the available storage vary each year depending on the airport's competing needs for the parcel. The uncertainty of this lease arrangement has made it impractical for the city to make improvements to the site, impacting snow haul planning, and of course the lease costs are a constant drag on snow removal budgets. In 2017, for instance, the contract was not negotiated until April, and snow had to be deposited at other sites at considerable cost, both for haul trucks and equipment to stack the snow. The ripple effects on other sites can be numerous, expensive, and complex. Over many years and several administrations, this uncertainty has not been resolved, and the city has decided that it is in the long-term interest of the taxpayers to seek an alternative site. The project has begun the first steps in developing a replacement site, starting with a thorough site selection study and gathering of extensive public input. The site selection study is available on the project website and contained in your information packets. This study started with a GIS screening of parcel databases and narrowed the field to a single chosen site. Public process and input has been extensive, and while we know that not everyone will be supportive of this site, we have had an open and transparent process with multiple public meetings and have had and continue to have avenues for public dialogue. Public input supported the selection of the chosen site over other available alternatives, and we look forward to this input continuing through the design and permitting phases. What you see here in outline are the 5 steps used to narrow the selection to a single site. Multiple factors were considered, but several were given overriding consideration. These include, in no particular order, location. The site had to be within the West Anchorage snow collection area. Parcels outside the area were eliminated due to prohibitive haul costs. Access, truck access off a main arterial without impact to residential areas. Size must include at least 14 acres of depositional area plus added area for landscaping and meltwater processing. Availability, the site had to be currently undeveloped and not slated for development. Acquisition costs, of course, are a factor. Low impact on neighbors, which translates into allowable nighttime operation. Snow haul off main arterials happens at night to avoid traffic conflicts. 24/7 operation is a key operational requirement. Impact on wetlands and receiving waters, appropriate zoning, and of course park impacts. As you might imagine from that list, all 5 finalists were located on undeveloped wetland parcels, and the selection process points pretty hard at the chosen location in the northeast corner of Connors Bog, as seen here. This parcel of land is lightly used by the public. The site and the haul road are removed from residential neighborhoods for minimal disturbance. It maintains meltwater input into Connors Bog and Lake Complex and is managed but is not dedicated parkland. We are all sensitive to the fact that developing a site in Class A wetlands is not ideal, but in this case, it may be the only choice of cities to continue providing cost-effective snow removal for the West Anchorage and the surrounding communities. We will talk more about the parcel later this evening as part of our comprehensive plan amendments and rezoning applications. The project is in the conceptual design phases, and we'll be back before the Commission at a later date to seek conditional use permits for the specifics of design and site development. That concludes my introduction to the project, and I will now address the actions before you, which is the need for a permit across dedicated parkland to access the site. This map shows the haul route to the proposed site from the International Airport Road down Northwood Drive, across the top of Connors Bog Park and into the site. For the most part, this route utilizes municipal non-park land and established easements, but is constrained in its final leg by dedicated parkland to the north and south and a CEA electrical transmission poles already located in the easement. The project is requesting the use of approximately 9,000 square feet of dedicated parkland to create access to the new site. PM&E is working with Parks and Rec to identify ways to offset this use of parkland and has their support for this action. And this is probably the graphic you were waiting for. It's a section view of this piece of the easement. So there's a 33-foot wide section line easement on the dedicated parkland, of which 10 feet of the north 10 feet of it is occupied by the CEA power poles. A safe access road will require a 40-foot width with additional 4 feet for clearance to the power poles, for the power poles on the north side and a security fence on the south side. The required easement is 20-foot wide strip, 460 feet long in the northeast corner of the parcel. The action before you this evening is to allow use of Connors Bog Park to accommodate a haul route to the new proposed snow site. That concludes my presentation, and I'm glad to try to answer questions.
You have 38 seconds remaining for rebuttal. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Gardner.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for that presentation.
Sorry,
My question
so quick.
relates to the resolution that's in our packet from the Parks and Rec Commission, and they refer to design features to offset trail and visual impacts that they'd like to see to their satisfaction, and I guess it kind of implies that there has been ongoing discussions between PM&E and the Department of Parks and Rec, and I'm just wondering if you can speak to what those look like.
Would you like to take that one on, Julie?
Yes, I would.
Julie Mackler with PM&E.
Can you state your name for the record?
Julie Mackla. I'm the project administrator. Through the chair to answer that, Mr. Gardner, this is a long process of permitting and design, and so we are in the initial phases of our design study report, and so we are taking into account their request, and we will incorporate those as best as possible. We will not get to a final resolution of how to incorporate them until we can get a little bit further through this permitting process. As Bill explained, we still have other permitting action to come before this body and probably the Urban Design Commission, and so we will resolve a lot of that through those processes too.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ron?
Thank you. Through the chair, a bit of a repetition to the question I asked of staff earlier. My understanding of the dimensional aspects of the permit are that it, in effect, fixes the location of this road. Therein eliminating any site-specific alternative analysis. So I'm curious as to what, understanding this is conceptual level, what site-specific information has gone into additionally supporting the fact that this is or isn't a lower impact alternative for its location with respect to the parcel and its conditions. Understanding we've talked about the utility easement and other constraints. How about natural conditions?
Yeah, so I just backed this up to the previous picture. You may in your packet have a little bit better blow up of this, but coming off of the, let's see, can I use this as a pointer? How does that work? I turn around so you guys can see it. So this is the, of course,
Sorry, you're going to have to still speak into the mic. You might want to stand on the other side so you can look.
We'll figure this out.
So the current snow disposal site is right there. Access to it is off International Airport down here and onto the snow disposal site. So if we will continue that access route down through the street maintenance facilities down here to the corner. And this is the dedicated parkland of Connors Bog Park. This is the dedicated parkland of De La Vega Park. And between the two of them, there's a 33-foot wide section line easement that runs through here. It's quite common on section lines that there is a dedicated easement on both sides of the property line. However, on this particular one, the north side section line, which was a 50-foot wide easement, was vacated by plat and turned into a transmission line right-of-way. And CEA has two large transmission lines through here. Of course, CEA is right on the other side of Minnesota Drive. This main line going north here, I believe, is the main power feed from Beluga. And I think the southern line, which is more recent, actually runs off this way and goes to Fire Island Wind and also West Anchorage. So they're both really large, high voltage lines that run through the area. And the one to the north occupies that 50-foot wide. What was the section line easement is now a utility easement right-of-way. The other extenuating factor here, of course, is that this whole area is the old International landfill, and so there's about a 25, 30-foot rise in the elevation from down here in the bog up the side of the landfill and out into Javier De La Vega Park and also onto the street maintenance yard. So we come around the corner, we drop down through these poles. We have to miss both these four poles, and then the only place to go is somewhere between these two sections of parkland, and the only public easement there is the 33-foot wide section line, which is not sufficient, given that it has 10 feet used by the power poles. So there's no other access to that proposed snow site. You can't get off of Minnesota Drive. It does not extend all the way to Raspberry, so on the south end it also doesn't have access. So, how's that?
Which one is it? Which button?
I think it's that red one.
So one alternative that we did look at is we discussed with CEA of going in between their poles and staying at a dedicated parkland. To say the least, they weren't very open to that idea. They're allowing us, and I would say that allow is very gently. We're in negotiations for a permit to cross their easement and through the transmission lines, but they wanted us not to go in between them. The two rows. So we did try to look at avoiding the dedicated parkland and we found it not, CEA was not in agreement to do that.
That's true. That's true, and actually going between their power lines puts us onto their transmission line easement. It's not a public right-of-way, so that wasn't really a possibility.
Commissioner Ron, does that answer your question?
That answers my first question. A follow-up, if I may. Has a site-specific wetlands delineation for the areas potentially impacted been completed, or is the design team at this stage just accepting 100% Class A wetlands?
So these are dedicated Class A wetlands. We have done a jurisdictional determination, and they are not regulated waters of the U.S., and so we do not need a core permit.
Thank you. We might talk more about that later.
Any other questions? Seeing no other questions in the queue, you have 38 seconds remaining for rebuttal.
I think we've covered it.
All right, thank you. Turning to the commission, what is the will of the body? Commissioner Winchester?
Yeah, I'd like to put forth a motion of support, case 2021-0093, use of municipal parkland. To approve and use a portion of the municipal parkland for an intergovernmental use permit in accordance with AMC 2510-080C.
Motion by Commissioner Winchester, second by Commissioner Pullis. Would anyone like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'll speak to it. It appears that it meets the approval criteria of AMC 2510-080C. I'd like to note that the Parks and Rec Commission has a resolution in support. It's a need identified by maintenance and operation of the community, and it'll make it more efficient going forward. The need is there and it's real. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. I intend to support the motion as well, and I'll just add the finding that we heard testimony from the petitioner regarding the process of selecting the needed easement, and it seems that it's really the only available way to access the site, and it's a pretty minimal easement. And I also would like to just note that the resolution in support from the Parks and Rec Commission reflected a desire to see design features that offset trail and visual impacts to the reasonable satisfaction of the Parks and Rec Department. We heard testimony from the petitioner that they are in the process of working with the department towards that goal, and that I support that effort.
Any other members of the commission wishing to speak? Commissioner Ron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll be in the minority here, but I do not intend to support the motion. I'm not sure what standards I would necessarily need to speak to, as I don't see them laid out for us, but I do take concern over the statement, there is no other viable alternative. While I do appreciate comments from staff and the petitioner in terms of the level of analysis that was done with respect to utility constraints and looking to leverage the easement itself, I have concern that some site-specific considerations may not be in play currently, and therein, being tied to this location without full knowledge of those potential concerns or impacts. I'll stop there, and I think we'll have a chance to talk in the next few cases about the same issue.
Thank you. I have actually a procedural question for staff. If the site plan is approved, but the later items on our agenda are denied, what would happen to this site plan?
This intergovernmental...
Sorry, yes, for the intergovernmental use permit.
Yeah, I understand now. The action that you're about to take, there'll be no need for them to proceed to have an intergovernmental use permit if this doesn't ultimately become a snow disposal site.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other members in the commission wishing to speak, call for a vote. And that motion passes. Moving on to our next item on the agenda, case 2021-008. Before we get into that, I do want to state the procedure by which the public may speak at its meetings. The procedure by which the public may speak to the commission at its meetings is as follows. After the staff presentation is completed on public hearing items, the chair will ask for public testimony on the issue. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the Commission Rules of Procedure. Petitioners, including all of his or her representatives, will receive 10 minutes. Part of this time may be reserved for rebuttal. Representatives of groups such as PTAs, community councils, will receive 5 minutes. Individuals will receive 3 minutes. When your testimony is complete, you may be asked questions by the Commission. You may only testify once on any issue unless questioned by the Commission. An individual may have appeal rights relating to any action the Planning and Zoning Commission takes, except for commission recommendations to the Assembly, which are not appealable. Appeals must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission of the resolution, which is the commission's final decision. A fee for the appeal is required at the time of filing. Staff, can we hear the report?
Madam Chair, is there a desire among the commission to consolidate hear the two cases together because they're so inextricably linked? Does that make sense, or?
Yes, it does. Would anyone like to make a motion to hear the two cases together? We would take testimony for both at the same time, but we would have to vote on them separately and in order. A motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Krishna. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, those items are combined. Just for clarification, that means that the petitioners will receive 20 minutes, representative groups and community councils will receive 10 minutes, and individuals will receive 6 minutes for testimony. Thank you, staff, for that suggestion. Can we hear the report?
Thank you, Chair. On January 4th, 2021, the Commission recommended approval of amendments to the Hillside District Plan. The amendments, there's 2 of them, would change the land use classification of 6 lots from limited intensity 0 to 1 DUA to low intensity residential 1 to 3 DUA. The other comprehensive plan amendment would be to expand the maximum perimeter of public sewerage to include 2 additional lots. The amendments to the Hillside District Plan are needed to rezone the property in a separate case from R6 zoning to R7 zoning. On March 23rd, 2021, the Assembly held a public hearing on this case and the rezone as well, and referred them back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for further consideration. After the Assembly's decision, the applicant provided a supplemental memorandum and a traffic study for both the plan amendments and the rezone, and they offered 3 special limitations on the rezoning case. Enclosed is a complete copy of the Assembly's packet for this Hillside District Plan amendments, including the floor amendments that were proposed or offered on the night of the meeting, the floor amendments by Assemblymember Weddleton. One public comment was received, and it was opposed to the comprehensive plan amendments. No comments were received from the Huffman O'Malley Community Council, where this site is located. The Rabbit Creek Community Council, a different community council, did provide a letter of opposition. The Planning and Zoning Commission must again decide whether to recommend approval of these 2 amendments to the 2010 Hillside District Plan. And I made a note to myself to point out page 26 of your packet was Assemblymember Weddleton's proposed special limitations. So that's with the first case, the Hillside District Plan amendments. With the other companion case, with this one, 2021-0007 Sky Ridge rezone, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this rezone of 22.5 acres from R6 to R7 on January 4th, 2021. The Assembly decided to remand both cases back to the Commission for further consideration of 3 special limitations that would cap the number of lots at 32, require landscaping along Hayne Road, and require a pedestrian pathway either to Lake Otis Parkway or O'Malley. So the applicant, with his supplemental memo, offered up 3 special limitations. That was to limit the rezone to 1.7 dwelling units per acre maximum in the district, to provide visual enhancement landscaping along the east side of the property along Hain Street, and to provide a pathway to connect the subdivision to Lake Otis Parkway or O'Malley Road. There were 246 public hearing notices mailed on June 23rd. 12 public comments were received, of which 1 supports this rezone, and 11 were opposed. The petition site is located within the Huffman O'Malley Community Council. They didn't provide comments. The Rabbit Creek Community Council did provide a letter of opposition. So the commission is required to make a recommendation, and it has to be at least as restrictive as the special limitations offered by the applicant. And you can see the special limitations in sort of slight word changes that the department fine-tuned. That's at the sort of the bottom of page 2 of your packet. And page 40 and 41 of your packet, 40 and 41 of your packet are Mr. Weddleton's 3 proposed, floor amendment for three proposed special limitations. I think in the previous case that I was talking about, when I was pointing you to page 26 of your packets, those must be Mr. Weddleton wanted to, it seemed that he had a floor amendment he wanted to sort of wordsmith. He wanted the assembly to make its own findings. They normally don't make findings on cases, but he wanted to sort of make findings and maybe wordsmith some of the commission's findings. He'd read Planning and Zoning Commission's resolution and sort of wanted to change some wording, I guess the way that he viewed it, or and that's really my presentation. The commission, bottom line is the commission recommended approval for a straight comp plan amendment and rezone. Previously, it went up to the assembly, and there was a lot of floor amendments that were proposed that no one, I wasn't aware of them, and I was speaking at the meeting. So the assembly decided, rather than spend the night debating them, to send it back to the commission and allow the applicant to go back to the community council and try and work with the neighbors and that sort of thing. There was also a little bit of disagreement among the assembly members as well. It seemed that Assembly Member Salatel thought that the rezone should be to R1 or something that allowed more residential density. And then the 2 assembly members for South Anchorage had these floor amendments. And anyway, it's returned to the commission to sort of rehear the case now and make a new recommendation that's more restrictive than the one that you recommended before, but you're obligated to make it at least as restrictive what is on page 2 of that second case in the staff recommendation. That's as simple as I can make it in trying to describe both hearings and what the issues are. Thank you.
Commissioner Spinelli.
Yeah, I had a question on the, we're required to make it as restrictive as they've proposed it. And I was just curious, because a lot of times, over the years, we've dealt with special limitations that the city really doesn't like to see. It might clog up the zoning, and I was just curious, is this specific to this case in the remand, or is that just a general rule of thumb that whatever they propose, we have to approve?
In code, it says that the commission can recommend denial for a rezone, recommend approval of rezone, recommend approval with special limitations, but the recommendation for approval or with special limitations has to be at least as restrictive as the rezone proposed by the applicant. You're not bound by anything that the Assembly talked about in those floor amendments, but on all rezone cases, not just this remand, you, for instance, I mean, in a simple sense, if somebody said, I want to rezone to R7, and the commission thought that that wasn't the right district, wanted to rezone it to R1, they couldn't make that recommendation because that's more residential density than the R7. R1 is a 6,000 square foot lot. You can put more homes on a property. It's more residential intensity. R7 requires almost a half acre size minimum lot size, so much less density.
Sorry, I don't want to waste everyone's time, but can I just follow up with, so if they came forward and said they wanted a special limitation for all purple houses, we couldn't really change that? I guess.
Through the chair, Mr. Spinelli, it's a really hard constraint. So the perfect rezone would be for the applicant to really not offer up a special limitation, and if the commission felt compelled that there must be one because of the unique circumstances of that property, then the commission would craft it, or that the staff would or something, because you know, if they misword it, you guys can't make it less restrictive.
I guess I'll turn to Commissioner Ron. I'll add myself in the queue. I have questions as well.
Thank you, through the chair. Staff, with respect to SL number 3 in the staff packet, I'm seeing some different terminology used with respect to the pathway. It's labeled just as a pathway or as a pedestrian pathway. Wondering, is there any technical significant difference in terminology for something like non-motorized versus pedestrian?
No, I don't think so. The pathway would probably be designed with a future plating action in front of the plating board sometime in the future. If the property is successful in rezoning, then they'll have to come before the plating board with a subdivision plat and propose a pathway. But I noticed too the terminology gets thrown around a bunch of different ways, and they'll have to design something that fits with the road and the topography, and it doesn't have to be specific to its intent is for pedestrians. It's just a separate a pathway for pedestrians. You could call it anything and it would all be come out the same.
Thank you. And if I may quickly follow up on that pathway, noting that you opened the door to the commission being more restrictive, but not less restrictive, would the department, in your estimation, take exception to changing the "or" to an "and", such that pathway to connect Lake Otis Parkway and O'Malley Road be a condition of approval?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Ron. The commission could make that recommendation, because that would mean they'd have to build 2 instead of just 1. That's more restrictive. And I can look for the wording in code that Mr. Spinelli was talking about, because it may actually be that the wording in code may say that the assembly can only approve it as at least as restrictive as the applicant. It doesn't actually say that the commission is constrained by that, but I sort of maybe conflated the two, because it would be a little odd for the commission to, say, recommend R1 zoning and then the assembly can't do that or something, if that makes any sense. Does that make sense? I'm sorry to throw that wrench into it.
Commissioner Krishna?
Thank you. I think this will be in the same vein. Couple of questions just to understand sort of the order of things. The first one is, the special limitations pertain to case 0007, is that correct? The first case that we're looking at, 2021-0008, is amendments to the Hillside District Plan use map, and those have been remanded to us for recommended changes to the findings. Am I following that correctly?
Yes and no. The Hillside District Plan, Comprehensive Plan amendments, that case, the commission would take action first and then follow it, and the order of operations would be the rezone second. So the rezone would implement the comp plan amendment. But the assembly remanded both, in the case of the comprehensive plan amendment, the language in code is they referred it back to the commission, and for the rezone, it's called remanding it back to the commission. I think that the meaning is the same. The reason why they sent the comprehensive plan amendment back to you is because the two cases were linked, and so they just sent them both back to you, while the special limitations only apply to the rezone. But it is true, as you point out, that Assemblymember Weddleton's floor amendment, had findings related to the comprehensive plan amendment. But, the findings that he had, where this site is located within the Hillside District Plan, whether or not public water and sewer are good things, those are, I don't know, the commission can make its own findings. I've never seen such a thing. It was extraordinary to seek to sort of, it seemed like change the commission's findings.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question maybe to Commissioner Spinelli's earlier point. So just, maybe a little bit more context on what a remand or a referral back to the commission means, but just to understand, can we amend, remove, restate any of the special limitations which have been sent back to us?
Yes, the commission can make a recommendation for approval of the rezone with different special limitations. But at this time I should probably read from the code, which is your constraint, which essentially says that the rezone has to be at least as restrictive as proposed by the applicant. I think I'd probably find that real quick here.
Yeah, I suppose maybe my sort of confusion here is that these special limitations haven't been proposed by the applicant, they've been proposed by the assembly.
Through the chair, Ms. Krishna, thank you for the question. So the assembly had a floor amendment to add 3 special limitations, and the assembly discussed them briefly and then decided to send it back to the commission for review. The applicant, they believe that they accepted those 3 special limitations and are offering that up of their own, whereas their original application was just for a straight rezoning from R6 to R7. Now they're offering 3 special limitations. That's coming from them. And they think that this mirrors what the Assemblymember Weddleton proposed. The difference maybe is that Assemblymember Weddleton said cap of 32 lots, and it's typically with a zoning district, it's a cap on dwelling units per acre, and so they converted it into dwelling units per acre, but they believe that that matches the intent of the assembly member. It was just a rewording, but to achieve the same 3 special limitations. So they've asked for these 3 special limitations, and the funny thing is that you guys recommended a straight rezone previously, and now you're faced with a more restrictive than what originally came before you, thinking that, yeah.
Great, thank you. And I think you answered my last question, which is whether 32 units equals to 1.7 dwelling units per acre, and it seems like it does.
Through the chair, Ms. Krishna, it does, but there are, I think, 2 existing homes on lots that are within this petition site. That 1.7 dwelling units per acre allows those 2 existing homes, those private property owners who are sort of free riders or, in this rezone, they could also subdivide. So the sum total would be more than 32 lots total if these 2 other lots decided one day they already have existing homes, if they sought to subdivide separately from all of this. So I want to just clarify that 1.7 dwelling units per acre is more than 32 total lots for this petition site, for this zoning district, but we think that maybe Mr. Weddleton was more focused on the forthcoming subdivision, which is proposing 32 lots, and just didn't understand or think closely enough about the 2 existing homes that are also sort of included in this whole rezone.
Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess with respect to those proposed limitations, I think you answered my question with respect to the first one, and I just wanted to confirm my understanding with respect to the second one, that L1 visual enhancement landscaping has a width of 8 feet, is that right? Oh no, what is the width for L1 landscaping that would be required?
8 feet is the width of a visual enhancement landscaping standard in code.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a question. I think you kind of already touched on this, so sorry if you're having to explain it again. For case 2021-0008, they're not asking for us to make any different findings. We don't have to adopt the findings they chose, do we? They're just remanding this because it was sent back as a whole. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly right. But on pages, so you have the assembly packet.
Yeah, on
towards half
26
this.
and 27, I see their findings, but we don't have to change our findings if we don't want to.
You got it exactly, yeah.
Okay. And then I guess this isn't so much a question for you as a question for the assembly, but my question would be, if the petitioner agreed to the special limitations, why are they sending it back to us at all? And again, that's not a question for you, but I thank you.
May I comment?
You sure can.
You know, on the night of the meeting, this was all brand new to everybody. I don't know that the applicant knew about the floor amendments. Staff did not know about the floor amendments. I think that there was a mix-up where I think that in fairness to assembly members who drafted floor amendments, I think that they were submitted to the planning permit, but they didn't make it to me, the planner, and internally through us. And so I think, I don't know the extent to which anyone knew about these before they were laid on the table or introduced on the night of the meeting. And the way that the assembly holds cases is their public hearings don't follow, they don't spend a lot of time on each case necessarily. They don't have a presentation from the applicant. So they're just a little bit different. And so it's not, I mean, they don't spend a whole lot of time like making sausage or whatever on the night of the meeting. They may just say, go work it out and come back at a future meeting because they have so many things on their agenda, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, can we hear from the petitioner? And just a reminder, you'll have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board, planning staff. My name is Craig Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T with S4 Group, and I represent the petitioners tonight, Dave and Cody Holquist of Holquist Homes. And with me tonight is Grant of Triad Engineering. And I want to thank planning staff for all the work that's been done on this project. This is a request for a recommendation of approval again for the rezone and map amendments of the Sky Ridge project. These requests were previously unanimously approved by this board in January. The Assembly then heard cases AO 2021-24 and 25 in March. 2 Assembly members at that hearing made floor amendments, and then the Assembly remanded the case back to this board for further consideration. Both staff and the applicant agree with the Assembly members' recommendations and are requesting that 3 special limitations be placed on the rezone per the floor amendment on page 40. The 3 proposed SLs are listed at the bottom of page 2 of the rezone staff report, and they are: 1, residential density is limited to 1.7 dwelling units per acre. Per the Assembly amendment, the purpose of this was to limit the number of lots in the proposed Sky Ridge development. The Assembly member wished to limit the number of lots to 32, as what was shown on the proposed plat. The Pierce subdivision lots along Lake Otis that are part of the rezone but are not part of the platting action, and the Sky Ridge lots are a little over 22.5 acres combined. The 1.7 DOA will allows for 32 lots to be developed in the Sky Ridge subdivision, and the 2 Pierce subdivision lots to be subdivided in the future if they submit a subdivision plat and are approved at that time. Number 2, L1 visual enhancement landscaping is required along Hain Street. The purpose of this landscaping requirement is to help protect the lots across Hain Street. The latest design submitted to planning shows just 2 proposed lots on Hain Street for the Sky Ridge development, and they are both over an acre in size, and the existing neighbor lots across Hain Street are all half acre in size. I'd also like to point out that landscaping will be required in this location as part of any R7 development, separate from any zoning requirements. Number 3, a pedestrian pathway is required to connect to Lake Otis Parkway or O'Malley Road. We are in agreement with this Assembly floor amendment special limitation. A pedestrian pathway will be designed as part of the development. In going over the history of this case, we submitted last year, and in October of last year, and in January we had the Planning and Zoning public hearing, summarizing the Commission's previous 6 findings for this rezone. Number 1, the approval criteria for rezoning are met and are consistent with the 2020-2040 HDP, especially in terms of density. Number 2, consistent with the character of the area and the transition zone between Hillside area. 3, extension of public sewer will help with water quality issues. 4, HDP policy 1-A encourages growth in the lower hillside. 5, within walking distance of baseball fields, golf courses, and schools. 6, R7 is compatible with the surrounding zoning and lot sizes, and the Commission recommended approval. And summarizing the Commission's previous 8 findings for the HDP MAP 2.1 and 5.3 amendments. First one, the 5 criteria are met. 2, the Hillside District Plan Policy 1-A encourages a greater proportion of future growth to occur in the lower hillside in areas located closer to existing services and infrastructure, and this will do a good job of promoting that goal. 3, proposed map amendments are very consistent with the surrounding use. 4, site is a natural buffer to the nearby higher density location and borders 2 major streets. 5, site is a transitional opportunity, bridge between residential densities. 6, benefit to the general area by extending public sewer service because of nitrates. 7, there's been a change of projections about housing needs and the projected shortfall of 7,900 homes since the adoption of the HDP. The site has access to infrastructure and services for R7 development, and over half the site is already in the sewerage boundary. And lastly, 8, the site is far into the lower hillside as you can get, with development opportunities unavailable to a majority of lower hillside area. And this commission recommended approval of those amendments. Then in March, we had the assembly meeting, and during the assembly hearing, floor amendments were laid down, and there was much discussion at the assembly. A couple members wanted to go higher density, and other members said, let's just remand this back and move on. And then in May, we had a meeting with the Hillside Community Council. In June, we met with the Huffman O'Malley Community Councils, which this project is in. And now we're back before this board asking for a recommendation of approval again. And I will concur that this was unanimously approved by this board in January and that the planning department supports this case. None of the municipal or state reviewing agencies object to this rezone or plan amendments. The professionals and the reviewing agencies for the traffic engineering department, private development, state ADOT, AWU, right-of-way, watershed management, and fire all support this. And I'll save the rest of my time for rebuttal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have 14 minutes and 11 seconds remaining for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Any questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Ron.
Thank you. Through the chair, would like to recognize my appreciation for the petitioner's consideration of and response to this process and the special limitations as they're now before us. In continuation of my question to staff, would the petitioner take exception to changing the requirement for a pathway to include pathways to both Lake Otis and O'Malley Road?
So that's mainly a plating issue, less of a zoning issue. So when we submit a planning development, PM&E will look at it and say, well, we think this requires these pathways or what, and would like to leave that to the plating side where it usually is reviewed at. And we made the condition or the number 3 SL to match the floor amendment that was submitted by Assembly Member Welton.
Thank you for that explanation.
Commissioner Spinelli.
Kind of following up on that, I noticed the plat doesn't include the parcels that actually connect to Lake Otis, and I was just curious if you could speak to the ownership or plans for those parcels, or are there intentions for those parcels, or are those owned by somebody else and just part of this process?
Through the chair. Yes, so those 2 lots are Pierce subdivision. They're separate from the plat and they're owned by someone else, but they are included in the rezone as they has to be added on. So there's no plans that I'm aware of any subdivision for those 2 lots. But the 1.7 DOA is taking them into consideration in the future if they ever would wish to subdivide.
Follow up? I guess one other question while we're on the subject. I guess would the petitioner take objection to dedicating an easement on the southwest corner if the commission felt strongly that they wanted to allow for future trail connection through there should those properties ever be developed?
Through the proposed 20 acres?
Yeah, I guess anywhere in there. I mean, the southwest corner, it looks like there's the end of a cul-de-sac. So.
Correct. So most likely that is where a pedestrian trail would go from the cul-de-sac down to Lake Otis. And most likely PM&E would prefer that location, but since nothing's been submitted, they don't have anything to review yet.
I'm done.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Seeing no other questions in the queue, turn to the public. You're going to need to turn on the mic. There should be a little post-it kind of signaling it. Yeah, it's going to be on the bottom part. There's a little yellow tag there, I believe.
All right, my name is Dana Bertolini, and I appreciate the opportunity and the privilege to be able to speak tonight. I've lived in Anchorage for 40 years. That's not as long as some, but it's longer than most. And the last 26 of those 40 years, I've lived within the Hillside District Plan. And my motivation for moving to that area was all of the benefits that are encased in that Hillside District Plan, chiefly the low density. My neighbors and I are against any amendments to change or edit the Hillside District Use Plan. I think you're stepping onto a slippery slope if we consider amending this master plan every single time there's a new development that comes up. I would encourage you strongly, please don't compromise the integrity of this plan that has been so diligently developed and mapped. I'd now like to address 2007. I live at 3131 East 112th, which is just around the corner from the proposed new subdivision. And I'm here tonight representing all of the residents who live on Haines Street, 112th Avenue, Navrot Circle, Chris Circle, and the several of those who live on Cange, but who are not able to be in attendance tonight. And I'm compelled to preface my very brief statement tonight with a plea for your utmost consideration of two important facts. Number one, giving public testimony at a meeting like this is intimidating. And it's the reason why so few people actually testify. And second, I'm pleading for your consideration for the fact that my neighbors and I are not experienced public speakers. We don't do this professionally. We're not here on a regular basis pleading our cases to get developments approved, getting zonings changed, or having your blessings earned on new subdivisions. We don't have paid representatives. We don't have engineers. We don't have architects, developers, or anybody who specializes in any of the intricacies of residential construction and development. But we do live here. This is our neighborhood. We are residents and we care about the neighborhood that we live in. My statement is very brief and to the point. On behalf of all my neighbors, we are strongly opposed to this rezoning request for higher density housing if the planned egress from this new subdivision exits onto Haines Street. Now, I understand that the egress issue is not a Planning and Zoning Commission item. It's a separate matter. It's platting. I get it. But we absolutely cannot approve rezoning to smaller lots and higher density until this egress issue is resolved. I don't know how that translates into any action that you folks would take tonight. But I beg you not to approve rezoning until this egress issue is fixed. Thank you again for the privilege of speaking.
Thank you for your testimony, and I just want to add that you spoke just as well, if not better, as many of the paid representatives who speak before us. So I would urge you to convince other people in your neighborhood to speak if they speak as well as you do.
Thank you. It's because I read from a script.
Oh, I believe we actually have a question for you, Commissioner Spinelli.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I guess sounds like the final thing you said is you're opposed if the egress is through Haines Street. Is that kind of like the The main issue here?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I really, truly, in my heart of hearts, don't want to see any kind of a modification or change to that Hillside District plan. I understand that in the interest of any kind of a compromise, if we have to go to a higher density, I can get behind a rezone provided we don't have people dumping out onto Haynes Street, because those Haynes Street and 112th Avenue cannot handle that traffic.
Okay, I got two questions, and then I'll turn off my mic and you can just answer. Can you just tell us a little bit about the quality of Haynes Street, and then also answer when this new subdivision goes through and makes a new connection, I believe it's making a new connection to O'Malley, do you think that that will benefit the neighborhood?
Well, let me I'll answer the last part of your question first. I don't really see a benefit to the neighborhood as it is right now when that subdivision goes in. I mean, we're talking about, even with the special limitations, you're talking about an 8-foot special limitation for a green belt up against Haynes Street right now. 8 feet is about the length of this table. I mean, if you had trees planted right next to each other, I don't even think that would block out, it wouldn't provide a substantial buffer. But let me go back to the first part of your question. Haynes Street, it's narrow. It cannot accommodate any more traffic than is already on it. Right now, people come off of O'Malley, and they're trying to get over to Kane Street, so they're taking a shortcut. So we've got extra traffic that's in addition to the residents who already live on Hayne and 112th. That's already happening. If we have more people dumping out from a subdivision onto Hayne, the area can't handle it. Did I answer your question clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Chair. Just two important points that are kind of not related to your testimony, sir, but the special limitation number 2 requiring visual enhancement landscaping, 8-foot landscaping. So when you have R7 zoning, which is proposed here, when it touches R6 zoning, which is, your property, sir, is probably R6, there's no landscaping required between the two when they share a common property boundary. Likewise, there's no landscaping required when R7 adjoins a local road like Haynes Street. So I just wanted to clarify for everyone to know that any landscaping required along Hayne that's like proposed in the special, it's a real new restriction that it's beyond what is, it's a special limitation because it wouldn't be required by code, just so everyone knows that. And then also the requirement to provide a pedestrian pathway, that is also a real, true special limitation because this new subdivision street would not be required to have a pedestrian pathway in the R7 district with this low ADT, average daily trips. There's so few homes. It wouldn't be required to provide one. So this is more restrictive than our current regulations. So just to clarify those two things.
Madam Chair, may I respond to that one part?
Sorry, your testimony is complete,
Okay.
and you can only answer if it's from questions from the commission, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak at this time?
Good evening. My name's Laura Bonner, and I own the property that's about approximately 300 feet from the eastern border of the petition area. And I've lived there since like 1976, so I've seen lots of changes in the neighborhood, and a lot of them have been good. But regarding the 2008, January 4th, when the P&Z listed the findings fact, item 4, and I quote, "This site is a natural buffer to higher density locations to the south and directly to the east, which addresses the public's concern about encroachment of residential density. Also, the site borders two major streets. There are some problems with that finding. First, the half-acre lots directly east, I think Ptarmigan Terrace, that was subdivided before I moved to the neighborhood and before zoning. The statement that the site borders two major roadways is a fact, but the petitioner plans to only use O'Malley for egress to the site. The second one would be on a local road not included in the traffic study. I agree with my neighbors that egress to Hain from the petition site is unacceptable. Furthermore, I think the traffic study is lacking in comments in the event of an emergency closure on O'Malley due to traffic accidents or some other reason. That would divert all the traffic out of the proposed subdivision to Hain egress and on 212th where I live, which is only half dedicated due to the, when the Terraces subdivision, the other half of 112th was vacated. The traffic study by Kinney Engineering didn't include any emergency assessment regarding a closure on O'Malley. It also didn't include anything about local roads. Petition area has two possible ways. To Lake Otis, a much safer egress, one from the southwest corner of the proposed subdivision, and also the Pierce subdivision lots are also included in the rezone. In a letter dated 3/18/2021, the Huffman O'Malley Community Council recommended the right-of-way and pedestrian pathway connection to Lake Otis because it provided easier access to the business area to the north near Fred Meyer's and a pathway access to nearby schools. This is a much safer right-of-way than Haines Street. I cannot support the 2021-007 rezone petition or the 2021-008 modification of the Hillside District Plan unless there's a special limitation that there will be no vehicular egress to Haines Street. Landscaping on the site is not enough reason to support it. It's a safety issue for our neighborhood. And it's only a 112th from Hain to Cange, which would many of the people in the subdivision would use, as my neighbors and I do, to get to Huffman Road. We can't handle that traffic. And if they have to upgrade those local roads, they would, the last time they did it, caused extreme drainage to my problem, filled up my septic pipes when the roads drained into my garage and into my septic system. I had to replace the septic pipes. And when they upgraded the road, they raised it higher than my garage. So I have dealt with those problems, and to get the extra road bed to widen like East 112th from Hain to Cange, they would have to take it out of my property. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Is anyone else here from the public wishing to testify?
Hi, my name is Gretchen Stoddard. I'm here as a public, testifying for myself. I do happen to be the new president of the Huffman O'Malley Community Council, but we did not get our written proposal through the vote, so I'm testifying as myself. The discussions that I have heard have been very concerned with this access to the other road, Hain. And the traffic study basically says you're going to have almost a semicircle of development with 32 homes, but only 4 of those homes will use these smaller roads over on Hain. So, you know, you have 32 houses, and the traffic study states only 4 of those houses will use these small roads that are the concern. Also, the one, I understand you guys don't deal with the traffic issues, but if you increase the zoning from 70% more houses in there, it's that many more houses that have to take a left turn onto O'Malley every morning at 8 a.m. or nearby. So the decisions you make whatever the traffic problems worse. And, you know, 1 acre lots, understood, but to add 70%, to turn that into, you know, 70 more houses, it's just that many more, much more traffic problems added on. The exit to O'Malley, it is very close to Lake Otis, so there are going to be, you know, you're asking for 70% more houses to turn out on this road, make a left turn onto O'Malley, very close to where Lake Otis is. The belief is that's going to actually back up, and they aren't, you know, you're looking at 70% more houses now taking that left turn onto O'Malley, which is a problem. You know, you got a problem and you're making it worse by adding 70% more houses onto the, you know, with your zoning issue. As I said, this traffic study, the engineer, he's saying that you're having 32 houses in here. I believe it's only 4 lots that are going to go onto these other smaller roads. The roads that you're sending them on, they are 21 to 23 feet wide total. You know, I don't think these are these are not roads that the municipality is going to build at this point. So, you know, however many lots you decide to houses you decide to increase, it's that many more people going on to substandard roads. This one that they're talking about, I think it's Hain. It ends at O'Malley, and it goes downhill to the connector with O'Malley. It is not, and you look at it, it looks like a roller coaster. It is, Lake Otis may have some hills, but this one has significantly more. So you guys are making the decision how many houses are going to be in here based on your zoning decision, and it is that many more cars, whatever percentage you decide to increase, that's the percentage more cars that will be making a left turn onto O'Malley every morning around 8 a.m. during business hours. So the item that, for consideration from my personal testimony again, but from Title 21.031608, rezoning's purpose and scope, zoning is not effective if it is too easily or frequently changed. The proposed Sky Ridge rezone does not meet this standard, we believe. The existing R6, less than 1 DUA large lot residential zoning, was recently confirmed through the Assembly action adopting the 2040 land use plan to change zoning in the small area zone soon after adopting the less than 1 dwelling unit per acre density in the same area is not effective. And there is some discussion, it's very close to the former gravel pit, obviously much higher density. Of the former gravel pit, changing that parcel zoning from R6 to R1 SL was done to address existing conditions. The gravel pit had breached the water table. The only development that could occur under those conditions was R1 to make the needed public water and sewer affordable. This rezone was accompanied by the understanding that it would not serve as precedent to rezone the adjoining properties. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Chair. I think that there's an important provision in code that should be shared with members of the public that are testifying and also with the Commission. Title 21, Chapter 80 is the Subdivision Regulations, and there's a subdivision regulation that requires cul-de-sac streets to be no longer than 900 feet. So that is to say that a future subdivision that has road access to O'Malley Road, the length of that street cannot be any longer than 900 feet without the granting of a variance. So, you know, if that road were to connect up to Hain, then it would be a through road, which the neighbors have a strong opposition to. But if there was a special limitation on the zoning that said that no roads from this property could connect to Hain, then that would mean that the cul-de-sac street could be no longer than 900 feet. Now, the department's position is that the subdivision plat, which is a separate entitlement, not a zoning, you know, not a rezone, but it's a platting board subdivision case, that the design of that subdivision, where the roads go and where the lots are, that's a separate matter for at that time, and there'll be a public hearing on that. But I just wanted to, just in the, you know, sharing for everyone the impact of what a special limitation, saying that you couldn't connect to Hain, it would mean you'd need to have a loop back to O'Malley, which I don't know if something like that could be granted. I don't know. But there's a limitation in the subdivision regulations of maximum 900-foot long cul-de-sac street. I hope that just helps clarify one of the issues in this case. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and congratulations on your appointment as Community Council President. As Ms. Gleason over there can attest, it's a lot of work and a thankless job, so we appreciate your service.
Thanks.
Any other members of the public wishing to testify at this time?
Is it on? Okay. Hi there. Thank you for hearing all of us speak. My name is Liz Luber, L-U-B-E-R. And you're going to have to forgive me because I'm abandoning like all my notes here based on what's been said tonight. So I realize you have already recommended the rezoning for this area of land, but I'm going to ask that you reconsider that unless, and here's where I don't know the terminology, but I'm asking based on what I'm hearing for, I guess, another special limitation to be set that would remove that egress onto Hain for the exact reasons that have already been said. On a personal note, my husband and I have 5 kids. We just recently moved to the area, and we spend a great deal of time outside. These roads are part of our backyard. So one of the factors that played into the purchase of this home in this area was the fact that we wouldn't have to worry as much about traffic and our kids. That was a huge concern at our previous home, and it's a huge relief currently to not have to worry about here. So should this rezoning be approved and the egress unchanged, safety for my kids and the others that use these roads would be threatened. Hain Street and East 112th, which is the street that we live on, will no longer be safe because of the increased traffic flow, which they just simply cannot support currently. We've heard about that, and I agree with what has been said by the previous people that have spoken. So I would also, on the heels of that, like to express my opposition to amending the Hillside District Plan. As Dana Bertolini said very succinctly and clearly, I agree with all of his reasons. I think it's a slippery slope if you start changing that, and there were reasons for writing that plan as it stands to protect these lower hillside areas. And that's all I have to share.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else from the public wishing to testify at this time? Seeing no other members of the public wishing to testify, we'll turn back to the petitioner, who has 14 minutes and 11 seconds remaining for rebuttal.
Thank you. Craig Bennett with S4. I'd first like to address the public comments, both those that were included in the staff report and some of the comments that were made here tonight. The 12 individuals who either submitted comments, spoke tonight, or both commented for the most part on plating issues and not the zoning. And without a doubt, the main topic from the community is not wanting access on Haines Street or 112th. And that's, a plating issue, not zoning, but was it 10 of the 12 individuals focused on this? We have submitted a new preliminary plat to planning staff with no access onto Haines Street and asking for a variance, and we're having a pre-application meeting next week to discuss this proposed concept in further detail. And hopefully, if the MOA departments and planning is in favor of it, that will resolve most of the community's concerns. We did do a traffic study on the original layout that does access Haines, because originally planning staff and traffic and fire said we had to access Haines and we didn't have a choice. But since then, there may be they may allow us to do a longer cul-de-sac than 900 feet, and we will discuss that at a pre-application meeting next week with planning staff and the rest of the departments. And if you have any questions on the traffic study, I can have Grant with Triad speak to that. And I'll just end with, this was unanimously approved this year, and all of the departments are in full support of it, and there's no opposition from any of the municipal departments. And I'll open up to questions for the board.
Any questions from the members of the commission? Commissioner Spinelli.
I was just curious if you guys had considered like double cul-de-sacs, which might preclude you from needing the variance, and then possibly cut down the amount of traffic to limit the damage.
Yes, we've been in discussions with some of the planning staff and PM&E about coming in just off O'Malley to the north and having a double cul-de-sac, or coming from one street and then from Haines, but the community is not in favor of any access to Haines. So currently the plat that we've preliminarily submitted just has one access off O'Malley and then splits and does not connect into Haines. And that plat just has 2 lots on Haines that are 1 acre each. But it still has to go through the muni review process and the plating board to get it approved, and we can't go through that process until we have the rezoning approved. You want to speak to that?
Yeah, my name is Grant Matthews, M-A-T-H-E-W-S. I'm with Triad Engineering, and I can speak to that a little bit more. I think you've heard a number of community members voice their concern with the safety of Haines Street. And I think part of the irony with this, I know this is a plating discussion and we're here for a zoning case, but if we did provide that connection as traffic and fire originally requested, it would give the neighbors safe egress out of the neighborhood, and it's a safer access onto O'Malley. The grades are much less steep coming down there. O'Malley Road is flatter at that location as well. So in winter conditions, sliding down Haines Street could be avoided through this neighborhood. I understand the desire to keep neighborhoods intact as they are, but I think the fact is that it would improve safety for the neighbors overall. And also, someone mentioned an emergency access scenario, same type thing. If Haines Street is ever blocked off, it gives emergency responders a chance to get into the neighborhood off of O'Malley through another point of ingress to serve in case of an emergency situation.
Commissioner Polis.
Get that to work. Just staring at this, I see all the access issues and stuff. I can see getting to Lake Otis is hard and lining it up over there. And I understand the residents' concern on Haines Street. It's not a fully developed road and steep. And I think about all these options, and what I think about is that access to O'Malley from the subdivision, and basically everyone's going to try and turn left there, right? Like in the morning during peak hours. Is that before it starts widening the road to add the left turn lane there, or is it like right at that? It's hard to tell on this map, so that's why I'm asking.
Sure. Through the chair, that location, there is a center turn aisle. So with the recently improved stretch of O'Malley Road there, that does have a center turn lane. And just a point of note, DOT has seen our original plat that we proposed, and they had no issues with the intersection as it was shown.
If DOT's seen it, that makes sense. Okay.
Any other questions for the petitioners? Seeing no other questions in the queue, thank you for your time. Commission, what is the will of the body? And again, while we heard these both together, the commission will need to first hear a motion on case 2021-0008, and then hear a motion on the other case. Commissioner Gardner.
So in case 2021-0008, the Sky Ridge Hillside District Plan amendments, I would move to recommend approval of the amendments to the Hillside District Plan, and to include 2 lots that are identified within the maximum perimeter of public sewerage.
Motion by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Krishna. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? As a help for the commission, I believe on page 36 and 37 of our packet is our previous findings of fact, or the commission may make separate ones. I guess a question for staff, we still need to make findings of fact for this case, correct?
Yeah, making findings would be helpful.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I'll make some initial findings. So I believe I voted in support of this in January whenever we first reviewed it, and I plan to do the same today. I recognize a lot of the concerns the community has raised, both today in person and in the written submissions that we received. I think a lot of that is appropriately addressed at the platting stage, and it sounds like there may have been strides already taken with respect to a new proposed plat that would address the access concerns. But I don't think that those concerns are directly relevant to this requested plan amendment. And I think in general the approval criteria are met here. In particular, you know, we've seen a lot of cases relying on the identified need for housing in Anchorage, increased residential housing. I think this is a good lot for it in a way that is consistent with the general policies of Anchorage 2020 and some of the policies in the Hillside District Plan, including what I believe is Policy 1A, which encourages the greater proportion of hillside growth to occur in the lower hillside. I know there's also a concern about kind of the slippery slope with these higher density properties and areas, and I think that this particular area is one where that concern is largely mitigated because it's somewhat unique within Hillside in its walking proximity to a variety of areas like a golf course, baseball fields, and 2 schools, and more significantly, it's adjacent to 2 main roads and to higher density areas to the south and to the east that kind of cabin in this higher density area.
Commissioner Spinelli.
Yeah, I will also plan to support the motion, and I'd just like to point out a couple things that I think helped me come to that decision to amend the plan. First, I'd like to point out that they are proposing half-acre lots in a subdivision that will be served by sewer. The reason I point that out is because these half-acre lots will be kind of larger than your standard lot. They won't need to clear large areas for a septic system, which will allow for the retention of vegetation to kind of provide the feel that I think large lot Hillside homeowners and landowners are looking for. Another thing I just wanted to point out that there was a 2012 housing market analysis done and it was updated, and the only lots in Anchorage that we had a surplus of were 1 acre plus large lot Hillside lots. So I think that adding some smaller lots to the mix, however not too small for the area, will be a good thing.
Seeing no other members from the commission in the queue, call for a vote. And that motion passes. The commission will now hear, or we've already heard, but the commission will now, should now make a decision on case 2021-0007. In that case, to the commission, what is the will of the body? And to aid the commission in that decision, I believe our previous resolution was on page 47 and 48 of our staff packet. And trying to see if there was a staff recommendation as well. It would go towards the special limitations on page 2. Motion by Commissioner Gardner.
Thanks. I'll go ahead and kick us off to get something on the table here. In the case 2021-0007, a request to rezone 6 lots from R6 to R7, I move to recommend approval of the rezoning from R6 to R7 with the 3 special limitations included on page 2 of the packet.
Motion made by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Winchester. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Commissioner Spinelli?
I'll just say that I am willing to support the motion. Based on the comments that we heard, a lot of it revolves around access to the neighborhood and traffic. Although that there's a plat included in our packet, we heard from the petitioner that the platting process, which is a separate process, the subdivision process and the public improvement processes are all yet to happen. The platting process will include another public testimony similar to this so that the community can be heard by that body. So I think that given the fact that all those are yet to come and the petitioner has indicated that they may be revising the plat to accommodate the public, I'm willing to support.
Any other members of the commission wishing to make findings at this time? Commissioner Ron.
Thank you. I also intend to support the motion, though I wasn't seated on the board when this case was initially heard. In reflecting upon the findings of fact on page 47, 48 of the staff packet, I did not hear anything during public testimony or presentation today that would appreciably sway me against the findings that were previously stated, perhaps with exception of the commentary around water quality issues, which was raised by the Assembly but not discussed here today. Acknowledging other board members' comments with respect to site development and the public sewer issue, I appreciate those comments in terms of minimizing potential vegetative impact, and therein agree with those findings that extension of public sewer may provide benefit to the area for those reasons. Though I spoke to a potential double pedestrian path previously, I appreciate the commentary from the petitioner, and I'll let that die a slow death. And close by saying thank you again for the willingness of the applicant to work with the community in finding agreeable solutions to move forward. Thanks.
Commissioner Winchester.
Yeah, I'd also support this. We supported it back in January, and I'm sorry you had to come back and see us again. I want to commend the petitioner for working well and being responsive to the comments at the Assembly, and look forward to supporting this.
I believe the other members of the commission have stated adequate findings. I want to just make one comment to all the members of the public that came out and spoke today. I want to urge you that it sounds as though a lot of you have concerns regarding to the platting process, and I'd encourage you to keep speaking. Just because you're not satisfied right now doesn't mean you can't be satisfied down the line. So please stay involved, and it helps make our city better. So thank you. Call for a vote. And that motion passes. Before we move on to case 2021-0057, I'm going to give everyone the opportunity to take a bathroom break if they need it, or stretch their legs. So you have about 5 minutes. All right, we're back on the record. We are now hearing case 2021-0057, and I believe there may be a motion to combine 2021-0057 with 2021-0058. Is there such a motion? Motion by Commissioner Krishna, seconded by Commissioner Ron. Any objection? Seeing no objection, those items are combined. Just as a reminder, that means that the petitioners and their representatives will receive 20 minutes, representative groups will receive 10 minutes, and individuals will receive 6 minutes to testify. Staff, can we hear the report?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to point out, first of all, a public comment that was received today and that I distributed to the Commission from a member of the public on this case and both cases, the land use plan map amendment and the rezoning. This is a request to change the Anchorage 2040 land use designation for one parcel of land from park or natural area to community facility or institution. The implementing zoning district of the community facility or institution designation is the PLI, Public Lands and Institutions District. This comprehensive plan amendment will allow the parcel to be rezoned from TR, Transition District, to PLI District in a separate case that is being processed concurrently. If both the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezone are approved by the Assembly, then the Project Management and Engineering Department will submit a conditional use application for a snow disposal site. None of the other municipal and state reviewing agencies object to the comprehensive plan amendment. The Sand Lake Community Council adopted a resolution in support of the comprehensive plan amendment, rezone, and should it be a future conditional use. That is on page 126 of your packets. The first approval criteria for a comprehensive plan amendment, identification of new issues, needs, or opportunities that are not adequately addressed in the comprehensive plan. We believe this standard is met. The MOA Project Management and Engineering Department has identified the need for a new disposal site in West Anchorage because the state DOT will no longer allow the municipality to freely use the Northwood Drive snow disposal site. This comprehensive plan amendment is necessary given the need for a replacement snow disposal site in West Anchorage and that the site selection study concluded that this is the best site. The West Anchorage District Plan identified the need for a replacement snow disposal site because there is only one in West Anchorage and it is leased from Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport. Land owned by TSAIA is reserved for commercial aviation purposes as a requirement of Federal Aviation Administration grant assurances. The use of the airport-owned land for anything unrelated to aviation is temporary and requires fair market rent in exchange for FAA grant funding. Approval criteria B is met. Like the rest of the comprehensive plan, the 2040 land use plan is a living document, should be updated based on performance indicators and new information as the city evolves and responds to new circumstances. A rezoning that deviates from the 2040 land use plan may be appropriate if it demonstrates community-wide benefit or responds to new issues, needs, or opportunities not addressed in the comprehensive plan. Approval criteria C is met. The PLI district is not new to the area. The site is located within the Northwood Drive snow disposal, the site is located south of the Northwood Drive snow disposal site and the Clope Station street maintenance facility. Approval criteria D is met. The comprehensive plan amendment is supported by Anchorage 2040 Policy 5.5, 6.2, and Anchorage 2020 Policies 7, 30, and 81. I'm drawing on pages 4 and 5 of your packets. The West Anchorage District Plan, Transportation Objective number 5, Utility Objective number 1, number 3, and approval criteria E is met. The community, facility, or institution land use designation is compatible with surrounding development in the area. The department's recommending approval of the comprehensive plan amendment to designate the parcel as community, facility, or institution. On pages 7 and 8 of your packet and 9 is an attached assembly ordinance, a draft assembly ordinance. Moving to the next case, this is a request to rezone 32-acre parcel of land from TR to PLI. The purpose of the rezone to PLI is to allow a snow disposal site with a conditional use permit. The conditional use application cannot be submitted until after the rezone is complete. The West Anchorage District Plan recognized the need for a new disposal site because there's only one in West Anchorage. None of the reviewing agencies object to the rezone. There were 91 public hearing notices mailed. No public comments were received other than the one received today. The Sand Lake Community Council, of course, adopted a resolution in support of this. The Planning Department believes that the approval criteria 1 through 9 are met. I'll just briefly go through some of the fine points. Approval criteria 1, is it in the best interest of the citizens of Anchorage? We believe this is met. The TR district is an outdated zoning district. It was not carried forward in our current Title 21 land use planning regulations. You can't find it in our current books. You have to go to the old code. The intent of the current Title 21 code is to rezone remaining TR lands to appropriate zoning districts. The PLI district is a logical zoning district because the site is owned by the municipality of Anchorage and it's a district intended for major public, civic, administrative, and institutional uses and activities. The old code says in its intent statement for this district, the T district, as is called in the old code, As development patterns start to emerge within these areas, the sophistication of their protection becomes more critical to the general public interest. It is anticipated that such lands within the T districts will be proposed for more restrictive zoning classifications. Approval criteria 2, we believe it is met. Anchorage 2020 policies 4, 5, 7, 30, 81 support this rezoning, and Anchorage 2040 policies 5.5, 6.2, we believe support this rezoning, and the West Anchorage District Plan objectives 5, transportation objective number 5, parks objective number 4, utility objective number 1, utility objective number 3, and approval criteria 3, the PLI district, its intent statement is the PLI district is intended for major public and quasi-public civic, administrative, and institutional uses. The TR district says the transition district was developed in the 1960s as an unrestricted district, was originally intended for areas that were not expected to develop in the immediate future, and as development patterns occurred, they were intended to be rezoned to a more restrictive classification. Parcels zoned T for transition since 2014 shall continue under the transition zoning provisions of Title 21 land use regulations that existed prior to the implementation of our new code until such time as they're rezoned to a more appropriate classification. Approval criteria 4, this rezoning to PLI is compatible with surrounding zoning and development. The north, south, east, and west sides of the site are zoned PLI. Approval criteria 5, the site borders Minnesota Drive, which is classified as a freeway. The purpose of the site, the proposed access to the site is from Northwood Drive via an intergovernmental use permit. Approval criteria 6, a snow disposal site requires a conditional use approval and compliance with the zoning requirements under 2107. Chapter 7 is the natural resource protection and the building code, Title 2305. Let's see. So it's noteworthy that the conditional use permit can only be heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So should this property be rezoned, there'll be a future application coming to this body. That's the project team's plan, and it'll be coming to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Approval criteria 7, the proposed rezoning will not result in significant impacts to adjacent land uses. The site abuts Minnesota Drive, vacant municipal land to the south, Connors Bog Park to the west, De La Vega Park to the north. The Northwood Drive snow disposal site is in the vicinity, as well as the Clope Street Maintenance Facility. Approval criteria 8 is met. The rezone will not extend the land use pattern that is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, should the comprehensive plan amendment be approved in the first action. And this will not create a split zoning. So the department's recommending approval based on all 9 approval criteria being met, and a draft assembly ordinance is on page 9 of your packet. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Ron.
Thank you. Through the chair, Francis, I'm going to pull out my code book again and turn towards 2105-8 snow disposal site definitions and use specific standards. And I'm hoping that you can help me understand how the department is interpreting and/or evaluating the location and use specific standard around snow disposal sites shall be located at least 25 feet from a Class A or Class B wetland and at least 100 feet from a stream or water body. So a little bit of context there would be helpful.
Yeah, the use-specific standard for a snow disposal site is that you can't have a snow disposal site in Class A wetlands, and this is Class A wetlands, so there's a conflict there. That code provision can only be resolved with the granting of a variance, a zoning variance by, I think it's the Urban Design Commission that reviews that variance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be permitted.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm assuming that since we have before us a rezone, that the rezone is in fact necessary to allow the proposed use. But could you answer that question for me? If we don't approve the rezone and it stays TR, would that preclude the proposed use as a snow disposal site?
We discussed this really early on. I think that you could technically have a snow disposal site in TR district, but the municipality holds itself to a higher standard, and the TR district isn't meant to continue on forever. So I think that the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezone to PLI is intended to do everything above board and transparent with the public and our plans.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, can we hear from the petitioner? Yes, I believe so. You got 20 minutes though, so you guys should be good. And our commission asks questions, so you can count on that. Your time has not started yet, but if you could turn on your mic, and then you can go. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lori Cummings, and I'm a senior planner with HDR. I'm here on behalf of PM&E to present on the Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment and the rezoning application for the West Anchorage District Plan. Thank you for agreeing to combine these two items. As Bill mentioned earlier, the city would like to develop a new snow disposal site in West Anchorage in order to maintain snow removal operations in the area. Without a replacement snow disposal site, street maintenance's ability to provide this essential service would be limited. PM&E has conducted a site selection study which has identified this site in Connors Bog as the preferred location for several reasons, including the fact it minimizes impacts to existing development and supports the Connors Bog wetland complex. As part of the site selection study outreach, they did a robust public outreach effort. They, did online meetings, they sent out emails, notices to residents, and the response we got was generally supportive of this project, and Sand Lake Community Council did issue a resolution of support for the project. So now I just want to go through and kind of highlight some parts of our applications. So the Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan identifies this site as park or natural area. PM&E is requesting approval of a comprehensive plan map amendment to reclassify the entire 32-acre parcel to community facility or institution. Anchorage 2020 identified that the city needed 5 new municipal snow dump sites by the year 2020. However, the plan did not identify any locations for these sites. Since the adoption of 2020, no new snow disposal sites have been developed. In fact, 2 have been lost, so the need is even greater. The 2040 Land Use Plan also does not identify a location for these new snow disposal sites, and the West Anchorage District Plan identifies the need for a new snow disposal site in addition to the Northwood site, but it also does not identify a location for the new site. We are requesting a map amendment only. We are not requesting any changes to the comprehensive plan narrative. We believe that this is in the public interest for a variety of reasons. Should the city decide not to develop this as a snow disposal site, this change in classification and rezoning would also support other municipal interests. Allowing this change to the plan would allow West Anchorage to maintain their existing snow removal level of service It would allow for responsible use of municipal funds. Right now, the city has to pay a lease to the airport for the use of the existing site. By eliminating that lease payment, that would provide more funding that would go to snow removal operations. And a new site would meet current design standards, including municipal separate storm sewer system requirements. And this site would also allow snow melt to enter the Connors Bog wetlands. During the site selection study, the project team found out that the primary source of water for Connors Bog is snow melt from the existing snow disposal site. Allowing the snow disposal site to be developed in this location would maintain the water source for the wetlands and the wildlife habitats it supports. This amendment is consistent with a variety of policies in the land use plan as well as Anchorage 2020. This site is needed today, but is also needed into the future as we develop new roads, sidewalks, pedestrian pathway, multi-use facilities. All of these facilities will increase the need to clear snow and haul it off to another location. The parcel is currently undeveloped, but it is suitable for a variety of municipal purposes. In particular, this site is adequate for the city's intended use of a snow disposal site. As part of the site selection process, the project team evaluated 19 different sites and determined this was the most suitable location. Key factors in that decision included the parcel size and location, the lack of existing development, the receiving water capacity for the snowmelt runoff, as well as minimal impacts on neighborhoods and surrounding residential developments. Should a snow disposal site not be developed at this site, this land use classification would also be suitable for other municipal purposes. So now I just want to highlight our rezoning application a little bit. This proposed site is currently in a transition or TR zoning. PM&E is requesting a rezoning to public lands and institutions. The transition zoning district was not meant to be a permanent zoning designation. It was originally applied to undeveloped parcels with unknown planned usage. It was originally applied, it carries some flexibility and allows for rezoning once the use for that land has been determined. Any development of this land would require a zoning change, and the site would remain under the muni management. As I mentioned before, we believe this rezoning is in the public interest for the reasons I mentioned. We have requested a comprehensive plan map amendment to be processed concurrently with our rezonings request. So we have requested this parcel to be rezoned to PLI. The PLI district is intended to include municipal lands dedicated by the Assembly as parks, as well as major public and quasi-public civic and administrative and institutional uses and activities. The proposed snow disposal site is consistent with a PLI designation. Snow disposal sites are allowed in PLI districts as a conditional use, and a conditional use permit will be applied for at a later date. This rezoning is compatible with the surrounding zoning and development. Most of the adjacent land is already zoned PLI, and surrounding land uses include Minnesota Drive, as well as a mix of industrial uses and open space. The existing snow disposal site is also located in the area. This project would just be relocating it approximately 1,800 feet southeast of the existing site. The site has enough facilities and services to support its use. One of the major concerns was access. Access to this site would remain the same as the existing snow disposal site. Vehicles would still access the site via International Airport Road and Northwood Drive. A new access road would be constructed from the current terminus of Northwood Drive to the snow disposal site, and traffic volumes are similar to remain the same as existing levels. Electricity is available to the site and will not present a burden there. A drainage system would be developed for the snow disposal site. Snowmelt would be treated and discharged into the Connors Bog wetlands as it does today. And the other services are either available to the site or not needed at the site. This rezoning is not likely to result in significant adverse impacts. Okay, that changed. Sorry about that. The text is cut off a bit. So as I was saying, this rezoning is not likely to result in significant adverse impacts to the natural environment. The project will have similar impacts as the existing site, but they would just be relocating them to a new location. This changed location is not expected to have a significant increase in impacts to the public or nearby land uses, as it's generally further away from existing development. The one exception is wetlands. This parcel is mostly Class A wetlands. The Army Corps of Engineers has determined that Connors Bog is not a jurisdictional wetland under the Clean Water Act, and as a result, the proposed project would not need a Section 404 Clean Water Act permit. Development of the snow disposal site will likely fill approximately 17 acres of wetland, but the exact amount will not be known until the design process is complete. Development of this site at this location would allow snowmelt to continue to flow into Connors Bog wetlands. So this will help maintain the wetlands and aquatic habitat functions of this area. Removal of the snow disposal site from this area would actually prevent the snowmelt water from entering the Connors Bog, which would have an adverse impact on the wetlands and the wildlife it supports. So, this parcel is currently undeveloped, and the proposed rezoning is unlikely to result in significant adverse impacts on adjacent land uses. The area is primarily used in the summer for a variety of recreational uses, but is not heavily used in the winter when the primary use of the snow disposal site would occur. There would also be a buffer between the snow disposal site and the adjacent properties. This rezoning does not extend or exacerbate a land use pattern that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan or result in a split zone lot. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I would be happy to address questions.
All right, you have 10 minutes and 47 seconds remaining for rebuttal. Any questions for the petitioner from the commission? Commissioner Krishna.
Thank you. Could you describe the current uses, any park uses or social trails that are occurring on the site?
Right now, development and use of that site is very limited because of lack of access. There are some social trails through there, primarily dog walking is what we can tell.
Thank you. And a follow-up question, if that's okay. Could you describe what the plan is for the current snow disposal site that you've said will be relocated? Are there plans for any wetlands reclamation, or how will that site be decommissioned?
That site is owned by Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport, so any future use of that site would be up to the airport.
Thank you.
And I have a follow-up question from Commissioner Krishna. Have petitioners or any of their representatives gone out to the site during the winter to see how fat bike trails have gone out to that area? I use this dog park every so often with my own dog, so I'm fairly familiar with it, and I have noticed an uptick in fat bike users to that area because wetlands freeze over in the winter and have provided a new access route.
Yes, project team members have gone out to the site in the winter, and we also have looked at Stravia? Am I pronouncing that right? Strava. Records to see the usage of that area. And what we found is the area closer to Jewel Lake is a lot more heavily used because it's more accessible. This area is not as accessible, so it has less traffic. And I will add that the project team is also working with Parks and Recreation to develop a replacement trail through that area so people will still have recreational access through the site.
Thank you. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Cummings, I'll save my wetlands questions for a little bit later and start with kind of if we can back up just a little bit and talk a little bit more about the site identification evaluation process. I'd like to understand how it is that we really honed in on this site. My understanding is that 19 or 20 sites were identified, and all of those sites were in, please correct me if I'm wrong here in your response, were all located within the snow maintenance and management area of West Anchorage. So can you please speak to that? Also interested in the economic drivers and the evaluations for site identification and selection.
Okay, I'll actually let Melinda Sue with PM&E to speak on that.
Hello, thank you everybody. Thank you Chair and the Commissioners and staff planner. I'm Melinda Sue. I'm the project manager from PM&E, and I just wanted to quickly introduce our other team members because they may also provide some answers. We've got Julie Makala, and she's our project administrator. Paul Van Lanningham, he's with Street Maintenance Supervisor. And you met Bill Spencer already with HDR, and Simon Wygren is also a scientist with our team. So yeah, we conducted a very thorough site selection. You know, we wanted to look at all options. We didn't want to just zero into one. One thing that was very important for us is our process would have to satisfy, if we had to get a core permit, and looking at the least environmentally damaging practical alternative. So everything that we would look at would have to meet those justifications that we looked at all sites available. The thing that's a very challenge for this area in West Anchorage is the lack of developable large sites. There's a lack of industrial lands that are available. And so we looked at 19 sites. We started off with the GIS and looked at access, you know, utilities, and how close they were to residents that would be potentially impacted from the noise and the increased traffic. So we did a very comprehensive site selection. I don't know if there's some other follow-up things I could share with that process.
Thank you, Ms. Sue, for your initial response. I guess a little more information about why the identification evaluation was focused on that West Anchorage area. Thinking of zoning in terms of Anchorage, you know, bowl-wide, why the limitation?
I will add that we focused on West Anchorage because the cost of hauling snow is one of the most significant costs that street maintenance has. So when you increase the distance they have to haul snow, you've dramatically increased the cost of their operations, but you've also reduced their efficiency because then they have to make more trips. So that results in snow being left on the streets longer, which is not something that we typically desire as a community. We want to try and clear the snow as efficiently as possible, you know, making efficient use of the city resources.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. One argument in response would be acknowledging that there are likely trade-offs, and there will be from an impact versus, you know, cost efficiency perspective. Another argument in response would be one around economic drivers and job creation for the hauling associated with moving snow farther. So I'm probably going deeper into this than may be warranted by other commissioners, but just want to really understand the thought process that went into the site evaluation process. So thanks.
Something else about, you know, that site is we talked about consequence if we didn't have the West Anchorage snow site available to us. So there's that increased haul, it was less efficient, you know, and more cost. If we looked at kind of moving that snow to other sites, those other sites are already at capacity. So, and then even at capacity, and then as they expand further, like in South Anchorage, they're also going to be strained. So it's all, if we don't have the West Anchorage site, all of the Anchorage Bowl service level drops. And, you know, I don't know if that's something, Paul Van Landingham, you'd like to talk about or elaborate a little bit on, is just how, how these sites work in concert, depending on time of day, traffic patterns, et cetera, time of day, you know.
Briefly, through the chair, the West Anchorage snow site right now will haul 16 of our sectors, 16 of our 60 sectors, 28 of our mains and arterials, and 10 of our 33 schools that we're responsible for maintaining. To an alternative site being either C Street, Sitka, possibly commercial, you're looking at a half-hour round trip additional. Average winter, like we had this year, that's an additional $750 to $1 million of hauling just by that additional truck time. My hauling budget for the entire municipality is $1.2 million. So by not having a West Anchorage snow site, we simply cannot afford to haul the snow out of the streets as things are today. West Anchorage also, depending on the time of the day hauling, we can get on Minnesota. We can haul everything from Bootleggers Cove, South Addition, all of that stuff on Minnesota. Saves us time getting it to Northwood as opposed to trying to get it to Sitka. We're working with traffic, all the lights, everything. It's actually more efficient to use that site. This year we hauled 10,200 loads into Northwood, and we only had about 6 acres of that. And then, so about 10,500 of our 62,000 loads hauled this year went into that West Anchorage snow site.
Any other questions for the petitioners from the commission?
Just a point of information, the public is also available to testify to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just waiting because I wasn't sure if Commissioner Ron was getting in the queue. Okay. Turning to members of the public, if there are members from the public here today who would wish to speak, please come up and make your testimony now.
Okay. Chair and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is Kathy Gleason, and I am currently serving as Turnagain Community Council Vice President and Acting President. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the proposal to reclassify a portion of Connors Bog currently identified as park or natural area in the 2040 Land Use Plan to community facility and institution, and also to rezone the same Connors Bog wetland parcel from TR transition to PL public lands and institution, both for the purpose of developing a significant portion of these Class A wetlands into a new municipal snow disposal facility in West Anchorage. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the project team for meeting with TCC and providing information regarding the facility proposal. Based on a lot of information that they provided and discussions that we had with them, as well as doing our own research and review of the adopted municipal planning documents that are listed on the handout. Our council submitted detailed comments during the development of the site selection study last year. At that time, TCC formally voted to oppose the use of Connors Bog for the facility based on decades of the community's intended use, that these Connors Bog wetlands would be permanently preserved. At this point, this evening and in the municipal staff report, Connors Bog is not officially designated, dedicated parkland. But as indicated on the handout I've provided, every major assembly adopted land use plan developed over the past 20 years has recognized Connors Bog's incredibly high value to the West Anchorage community, and it should remain in its natural state as protected parkland. The 2020 comprehensive plan describes it as important wildlife habitat. Anchorage Park Natural Resource and Recreation Facility Plan map designates it as municipal parkland. West Anchorage District Plan maps identify it as parks. And the Park Recreation and Open Space section of that plan indicates Connors Bog is an area designated for preservation. Anchorage Wetlands Management Plan states as an enforceable policy that the bog shall be managed for open space, wildlife habitat, and wetland functions. Lastly, in the 2040 Land Use Plan, it identifies Connors Bog as parks and natural area. As each of these assembly adopted plans were being developed, the municipality, paid consultants, community councils, including Turnagain, public input via working groups and commissions, including the Planning and Zoning Commission, unanimously agreed with the above descriptions and designations that identify the high value and long-term preservation of all municipally owned portions of Connors Bog as parks or parkland. including the 30-plus acres now being proposed for development of a snow disposal site. I personally served on the Land Use Working Group during the development of the 2020 Comprehensive Plan, and I was one of 2 Turnagain Community Council representatives serving on the West Anchorage District Plan Working Group, which was a long three-year effort. Additionally, TCC provided comments and testimony on every one of these land use plans specified in your handout. Okay, let's see. So now we fast forward to today, where we're at now. The municipality has determined it is in need of a new snow disposal facility, and even though we were just recently told by the project team that snow from other areas of town will also be trucked to this facility, the site selection process identified Connors Bog Wetlands in West Anchorage as the most viable location for this new development. So you might want to question them about that later. We don't know specifics. Because the West Anchorage neighborhoods have had the expectation of long-term preservation of all municipally owned acreage of Connors Bog, but we are now being asked to sacrifice a portion of the bog that is currently a beautiful expanse of natural open space used by the public for recreation year-round, and these wetlands provide important wildlife habitat that should clearly be an integral part of the snow disposal, clearly permanently protected. TCC feels community compensation and mitigation should be an integral part of the snow disposal facility proposal. And we are requesting a number of items be included as conditions as part of the snow disposal site approval process. At this point in time, these include that all portions of municipally owned Connors Bog wetlands not used for the snow disposal facility formally go through the process to dedicate this area as parkland, and a parallel process similar to what is being asked of the Planning and Zoning Commission this evening, the rezoning of the remaining Connors Bog wetlands as PR district. These will all comply to all four of those 4 or 5 of the important land use documents that have been approved by the Assembly. As pointed out by Mr. McLaughlin, TR zoning is outdated, so this makes perfect sense to rezone the remaining bog to PR Parks District. Another condition, as will be described in more detail in subsequent testimony, all Connors Bog acreage included in this current request to designate 32 acres from park or natural area to community facility or institution, but the portion of acreage not specifically included in the actual snow disposal facility development footprint, which they just said might be about 17 acres out of the 32 acres, that they remain accessible and be allowed by use, public use, and wildlife accessibility, and they not be fenced in. Thirdly, a large naturally vegetated portion of Connors Bog be retained as buffering between the disposal facility footprint on the north side and on the east side, so that there's a buffering between the ballpark to the north and Minnesota Drive to the west. And that size of that remaining buffer should be determined in consultation with the West Anchorage Community Councils. 4, while a snow disposal site may contribute to hydration of the remaining unfilled portions of Connors Bog, we all know snow collection contains trash and pollutants and could negatively affect water quality. So we request the continued engagement of the project team to ensure that all the remaining wetlands not experiencing any kind of degradation. Additional testimony will provide more detail. And 5th, as the snow disposal project proceeds through the various steps needed for ultimately Assembly approval, TCC requests our continued ability to provide input and collaborate with the team to ensure the West Anchorage community benefits as much as possible for community compensation and mitigation. With regard to the Parks and Recreation Commission resolution the body passed last year, and then again this year, it was unfortunate that no one from the project team notified TCC when consideration of a resolution was going before that body last year and then again in May of this year, as TCC had already shown an intense interest in the various aspects of this West Anchorage snow disposal project. Consequently, no one representing Turnagain Community Council attended those meetings in front of Parks and Recreation, nor provided testimony or comments. Because TCC was not aware of any specifics of potential proposals to offset impacts of removing 32 acres of Class A wetlands from Parks Department management and potential formal dedication as parkland as per all those wonderful planning documents, we cannot state at this time if we concur with these specific mitigation proposals or if these would come close to actually addressing the significant loss of high-value natural open space in our West Anchorage community. In closing, I feel compelled to reference testimony that was provided during your previous agenda item on the development proposal. As was pointed out, integrity of longstanding and hard-fought assembly-adopted planning documents is at stake, and changing land use designations on the 2040 land use plan should not be done without serious community discussion and consideration. Each incremental change will have long-term impacts to our quality of life and make Anchorage a special place for all of us to choose as a place we want to live. So that was just like perfect.
Perfect timing.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you so much.
I believe you have a question from Commissioner Spinelli.
Hi. You said you were requesting a buffer on the north side adjacent to De La Vega, and I didn't quite understand that. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, again, without knowing specifics about what the Parks Department has talked to the Parks and Recreation or the project team or, the Municipality Planning Department, it's hard to know what they're envisioning. But we just feel because that is a designated park, I think it might be a dedicated park, that a buffer from a 24-hour noise-generating, high-intensity municipal facility, that there should be some buffering. There should be some distance between those two could be incompatible land uses.
I guess my only concern was that you're going to push the operation, should it come into existence, further into the wetlands. And having spent thousands of hours at De La Vega as a soccer player, I don't think that it would ever be too much of an issue for what I did there, which was soccer, and I just didn't know if you had any knowledge of anyone using that place in the winter.
Well, I don't have any personal knowledge. I have never used that park. But you go back to the request of rezoning and redesignating 32 acres of this bog, but they're not going to use, maybe half of it for the actual footprint of the snow disposal site. So a lot of that acreage could go as buffering between the actual facility to the north and the actual facility to the east.
Yeah, there is a significant topography change. I had to chase lots of soccer balls down there, so there's kind of a buffer there vertically as well. But all
those have to be taken into consideration, and I think they'll reference the next step is that design study. That's when a lot of this detail will have to be worked out.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, we actually do have one more question. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, and sorry for my delayed
That's okay.
tapping in here. My question was with respect to the conditions that you asked for and identified in your testimony. Do we have those written in anywhere that you've provided?
No, and I apologize for that. Believe it or not, our council has worked on this diligently for months and months and months now, and it was only last Thursday where our land use committee, who has delved into the details of all this, met to discuss our testimony before you today and really, how we're going to balance our opposition to oppose it from last year to where we're at in this process now and the reality of the situation. So we just generated those through our discussion. Then the TCC board met and approved the Land Use Committee's recommendation. So it's pretty last minute, and I apologize. We can put something more in writing at some point.
Okay, thanks. And I guess just to summarize my understanding of what the request was, Commissioner Spinelli asked about the buffer that you'd asked for on the north and east side maybe. The first one, these are just rough notes that I took down as you were going through, is that the portion that's not used for the footprint for the facility itself be, I don't remember what words used exactly, but generally that it be made available for public use still.
Yeah, and just to clarify, our very first ask is that all remaining municipally owned Connors Bog wetlands that is not going to be potentially redesignated on the 2040 land use map and not rezoned to PLI have a formal process as a condition of all these approvals that you and other bodies are being asked to give, that they be rezoned to PR and become dedicated parkland. So that's our first ask. And then number two is whatever wetlands within the area they're looking to redesignate and rezone, but not develop, because they've admitted their footprint of the development is going to be far less than 32 acres when they determine where they're going to put their facility. The remaining acreage that won't be impacted by the development per se, and even though they will be rezoned and redesignated, doesn't in any way preclude the value of those wetlands in their natural state. And so there would be no reason to build a fence around 32 acres and restrict access as opposed to the actual footprint of the facility, and allow that other acreage to still be used by the public and contribute to the wildlife habitat that already exists there.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the Planning Commission, my name is John Isaacs. I am a member of the Turnagain Community Council Land Use Commission. I actually do have a copy of my testimony here, which does have some of the conditions that we have recommended laid out. If you like, I can provide that to you now in addition to reading it.
No. Thank you. Did you need a copy to read, or did you have a? Okay, perfect.
My memory's not that good. Again, my name is John Isaacs. I reside at 2418 Forest Park Drive. I'm testifying tonight both personally as a user of De La Vega and that transition zone, and also a member of the Turnagain Community Council Land Use Committee. I do have some history here. I was the manager, the senior planner for the West Anchorage District Plan, served 2 terms on the planning board for the community, and also 2 terms as president of the American Planning Association Alaska chapter. While myself and the committee recognize there is a real long-term need for the snow dump facility in West Anchorage, one that needs to minimize impacts on residential neighborhoods, and we also recognize that the airport will not commit to long-term agreements for use of their lands. The proposed use of Connors Bog snow disposal site really goes against the direction of a number of municipal plans, including the West Anchorage District Plan and the Anchorage Bowl Wetlands Plan. Personally speaking, as a planner, the strength and guidance of Anchorage planning documents are only as good as their implementation, and this project is an illustration of a certain amount of failure and lack of follow-through on the part of the municipality with those plans. It also exemplifies the risk of a death of 1,000 cuts if the protection recommended by planning documents are not followed through. As Kathy mentioned, the TCC has previously submitted comments to the Municipal Project Management Engineering Department regarding the current use of the area as Class A wetlands, designation and planning documents as parks and recreations, its value for wildlife habitat and recreation, and our concerns regarding the snow dump operation on both these values and water quality. However, should the use of this site for a snow dump be approved, the TCC Land Use Committee has a number of recommendations as conditional approval. And we do recommend that some of these were perhaps more appropriate for the next stage, which is going to be the conditional approval action. We are concerned that the 32-acre rezone request is twice the amount of the 14 acres needed for the snow disposal site. Over 30 acres in this area is really a substantial portion of the eastern Connors Bog wetlands. It would be possible to subdivide the parcel and rezone only the amount that is needed unless future expansion is envisioned. We're concerned that the PLI zoning designation allows other uses besides snow disposal. Another option would be the remaining acreage should be included in a recommended designation for publicly owned Connors Bog wetlands as parks and recreations, and that there could be a condition that if approved, half the site remain undeveloped with its natural vegetation and not fenced in to allow use by wildlife and people moving through the area. Second, while we recognize that the properly managed snow dump can be beneficial to wetlands hydrology, it also presents problems with trash, pollutants, and degradation of water quality. We would like to see conditions of approval that address trash management, maintenance of surrounding water quality, and treatment. We do note that a response to a question from the Sand Lake Council meeting indicating that the amount of snow at the new site is similar to that being used at the existing site and there would not be any additional flooding, however, as indicated earlier by staff, it's unclear what's going to happen to the existing snow storage site being taken out of service, and you can still have some use of that site and still have some loss of wetlands. It wouldn't necessarily be reclaimed. Third, existing vegetation should be retained around the perimeter of the site to provide screening from De La Vega Park and Minnesota Drive and also allow for wildlife movement. I walk that perimeter between this site and De La Vega probably twice a week, year-round, and I can tell you the number of moose that I've run into there with dogs and how they move through the area. During the wintertime, based on one of the earlier questions, it is a fairly lightly used area, mostly people walking dogs. You occasionally see people hiking or skiing through there, but there is some use and activity. Fourth, the June 21st PM&E response to TCC comments indicate that a number of actions are still required for approval of the snow facility site, such as the design of meltwater processing, measures to offset loss of open space and social trail access, and a design study report defining the snow disposal site's size and configuration. Since the conditional use approval procedures provide for public review and evaluation of the use's operating characteristics and site development procedures through a public hearing process, we assume that that will probably occur as the next stage of this. Also, similarly, the application for land reclamation requires information such as a site plan, erosional control plan, operational information, and verification that the operation does not pose hazards to public health and safety. We haven't seen those details as of yet and will request that these design actions and other things underway be provided for review and comment by interested community councils before their finalization. If it also hasn't been done, there might be some consultation with ADF&G for moose.
That is your time, but I believe you had one final point. Would you mind explaining what that is to me?
Sure. One final point is that we recommend the Planning and Zoning Commission consider the need for Connors Bog Management Plan and some long-term action, and perhaps work with staff and community councils to initiate such planning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other members of the public wishing to testify at this time?
Chair and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is Daniel Gleason, and I have served as past president of Turnagain Community Council and are currently a member of the Turnagain Community Council Land Use Committee. Our committee has spent a considerable amount of time reviewing and discussing the proposal for a new snow development, disposal facility and developed in high-value Class A wetlands and natural open space located in Connors Bog in West Anchorage. While TCC voted to oppose this location in November of 2020 of last year,
Yeah, and feel that use of what should be a dedicated parkland will set a dangerous precedent. As testified by previous speakers, TCC is requesting specific conditions to help compensate for the loss of large areas of Connors Bog if the Assembly ultimately approves the use of this area for a municipally operated snow disposal facility. As identified by Turnagain Community Council, I support the conditions as well as others that may be identified as this goes through the approval process, and request that this be stipulated as part of your today body's potential approval to redesignate wetlands in the 2040 land use plan and rezone a portion of Connors Bog to PLI. However, I do want to add that the project team has not adequately justified their request for 32 acres, considering that the site study clearly indicates 17 acres would be enough to accommodate the fully developed snow disposal facility in West Anchorage. Requesting doubling, or almost doubling, a high-value natural open space seems like an overreaching use of this area, and I would like to see a reduced area so that the most largest natural buffer between Minnesota Drive and the developed footprint. I also would like to state that there was also a lack of effort to get with the FAA and the airport and the municipality to see whether we could come to an agreement to use the existing disposal site and to improve the disposal site now, and we don't have to develop the new area. And that's the frustration I've had throughout this whole process, in that has not been fully developed or fully taken through, because I've talked to my state representatives. I've also talked to on the side a airport employee, and I've also talked to an FAA employee, and they said we really haven't been approached on this, and that's been my frustration, that people haven't got together to keep the existing site. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any more members of the public wishing to testify at this time? Seeing no members of the public wishing to testify, turn back to the petitioner. You have 10 minutes and 47 seconds remaining for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. You know, everybody covered a lot of the salient points in the staff report and the application packet, and touched on them with our presentation tonight, but I just want to give a kind of a highlight closing statement. So again, you know, adequate snow storage is a necessity for transportation corridor function within a winter city such as Anchorage. I think we all can realize that importance for safe travel, and it supports multimodal use with our transportation corridors, whether that's walking, biking, wheelchair access, etc. The proposed snow disposal site is needed to maintain the current level of snow removal services in West Anchorage in a cost-effective manner. The items that we're talking about here, a lot of the details that we're talking about will be covered in our conditional use permit. So, you know, tonight I'd still like to stay focused on the actions that we're requesting, which is the rezoning and the comp plan amendment. But, you know, these are all important factors for the consideration of how this all fits together. So I definitely support and appreciate the questions, and hopefully we can be helpful and respond to them with me or members of my team here tonight. So on the comp plan amendment, I think the real issue is what was the new issue. Originally, you know, the planners, I commend all the efforts that are, you know, the planning documents that were approved and approved to date, you know, but we can only envision things that we know about at the current time. So some of the new things that have changed is originally the planning documents had identified the existing site to be secured in a long-term manner, either by a long-term lease or a land trade or acquisition. But what the issue was is that existing site is, it's owned by the airport, and it was identified for aviation, a long-term use. So even though there was that desire, the municipality over, many administrations had tried to secure this existing site, and it just did not come to fruition. So that's kind of the starting point. In fact, project management and engineering, we were tasked by the real estate department and street maintenance. They came to us and tasked us with finding a new site. They tried to negotiate with the airport, and it's just even as recent as just February of 2021, we went back to the airport and asked if it was possible to have a long-term lease, and they said for aviation purposes, for non-aviation purposes, a long-term lease is not possible. Just to kind of give you a little bit of background there. So there was a full attempt, and here we are, and the real estate department, they were trying to negotiate year-by-year leases, and some of them were getting later and later. One year we didn't even get a lease. Paul can know how troubling that was. It's really detrimental. It's more than just efficiency. It's more than cost. Just the whole Anchorage Bowl suffers from lack of adequate snow removal and disposal area. So let's see, what else do I wanted to cover? Something else in the planning document was that in the West Anchorage District Plan, they did identify an industrial reserve area, but again, as time moves on, some of these things aren't available. And currently over by the Odom, that was developed, and just south of the Chugach Electric property, that's unavailable. They have plans for that future use. So when we did our site selection study, we did look for industrial sites, we looked for all available potential sites, and just kept it wide open to compare. So it really was, the challenge of finding an available site for this essential facility. And we just can't afford for Anchorage residents to be interrupted by not having the site. We talked about the consequences of not having the site, and I think we covered that already. But again, it's not something that is just the West Anchorage District. It's not bound by that distinct boundary that we showed in our presentation. All of these sites kind of interact with each other. There's nothing that says this snow can't go to another site. Paul and his crew, they need that flexibility to move snow depending on traffic patterns. 15th Avenue gets clogged up certain times of days. So I think you can kind of understand that, and he explained that. I want to talk a little bit about the wetland impact. We realize, and with the open space and the wetland impact, it's not ideal to just automatically go to the site. We did, and that's why we had to do this comprehensive site selection study, because we would be required, whether it was meeting permit requirements, but also just to fully vet have a fully vetted process that we've looked at all these other sites to find the least environmentally damaging practical alternative, whether that was required from the Army Corps of Engineers or not. In this case, it wasn't required that the Army Corps of Engineers would require us to have a fill permit. What we did do is, so avoidance was the first thing, and that's, for wetlands and open space. Avoidance wasn't our clear choice of the first place that we would want to go. But nonetheless, that's what a comprehensive site selection study allowed us to look at all the compared sites and make sure this was the most suitable, even though we realized that it, affords other values for their community. The other things that, for wetlands is the access road. Instead of coming off of a route from Raspberry or a further route, we try to minimize that access route and the driveway and keep that footprint minimized as much as possible. The other things that we do realize is that the snow melt water will provide enhancement to the wetlands. So I know all these things are not the type of detail that is maybe quite as essential for the case items that we're seeking tonight, but I just kind of wanted to share some of that and how that water supports the water level in Connors Lake and supports habitat function. So the land use designation, we recognize how valuable it is to our community to have open spaces, but when we have an essential need that we need to fulfill for our residents, the planning process and the comp plans, they also recognize that the first priority for uncommitted municipal land is to serve documented needs or projected need for municipal facilities. So whether that's open space and parks or school or something for firefighting, essential, this was something where we view it again as essential. Something else to just clearly point out is that this tract, this 32-acre tract, is not designated parkland. So in that case, it is, uncommitted municipal land. Now, to clarify some of the other points, I just wanted to go through something that I just wanted to make sure is clear is that that existing site is not used by other entities. The DOT is not using it, the airport is not using it, it's only the municipality. And as Paul explained, those boundaries are not distinct. Other areas throughout town, whether it's midtown or parts of downtown, also are served by this West Anchorage district site. That's an existing condition. That's not something that we're imposing and surprising everybody as a new situation. That's currently how it's used today. I just wanted to make that known. Okay. Delaveco parking lot is closed in the winter, so that's not an impact. So that's kind of like a nice alternating use of the site. In the winter where you're having more trucking and noise and backup beepers, that's not when soccer and the ball fields are in use. There's also a litter control plan that would be, as we have today, that would still be implemented on the new site. Let's see, the 32-acre site, MOA desires a flexibility for the entire site to have these actions before us today, instead of just trying to subdivide it. And then the design concepts, we will be working on that with our DSR, and we're looking at ways to offset the visual impacts with buffers, where we're trying to retain as much of the existing trees there to date, and we're looking at irregular berm patterns instead of just hard-faced, hard lines that will support a more natural look. And then also the social trail that Lori mentioned today that we're going to try to have as available from the AWW trunk to the Delaveco Park. I think I'd like to just leave it at that. I know I'm running out of time.
All right, thank you for your time. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Sue, appreciate the rebuttal information. Acknowledging the researched and informed information put forward by TCC and individuals with respect to management of the park. We heard requests for maybe some specific mitigation or commitments towards mitigation that may actually apply to this zoning concept, not just for this site, but for the greater bog area in total. As petitioner, can you speak to where you're at with that, or what your reaction is?
Yes,
and
I can.
I'd like to hear from staff in the planning department on that as well.
Yeah, so our team has met with Parks and Rec, and we've explored ideas. Some of the things that we talked about is benches. We've talked about kiosks, informative signs, Again, buffering landscaping, additional buffering landscaping that we can come up with. Some of the things that we couldn't do is, one idea that was floated by us is putting lighting infrastructure in the parking lot off of Jewel Lake. The issue that we have is having facilities that are infrastructure facilities that, kind of are more of a capital nature, investing in those, and when we don't own that property. So that's something that was explored, but it's unlikely to move forward.
To refine my question, it's around zoning designations of whether it be PLIP or PR that we heard from members of the public and their interests. Obviously, you represent PM&E, may not be able to speak to that, so perhaps if I could deflect over to staff.
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Ron. So the planning department is not a part of PM&E's project team. We had pre-application conference with the project team, the same as we would any applicant, and our role is simply to review an application for a development or a rezone or comprehensive against our policies and approval criteria. The planning department's first questions were about the preservation of the parkland and potential pollution of the wetlands. Those are core issues. And the response that we heard from the project team was really positive, which they don't want to diminish the parkland or any trail. They don't want to pollute wetlands. Quite the opposite. They had already, probably based on, discussions with Parks and Rec that they had before they came to us about ways that they would improve trail connections and expand trail access and use the remaining part of this parcel for open recreational use or, and those sorts of things. Recreational use, but it's also wetlands, so it's kind of, they have to sort of do both, right? But this developer isn't seeking to do something negative in this case. And so, the response that we heard was positive. There's some similarities between this case and the previous cases on the agenda for tonight, in the sense that here we have a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezone, and the community members, interested members of the public, are worried about a domino effect of, loss of more parcels or more loss of this really popular Connors Bog Park, right? And there's been presentations by a company to do a solar farm south of Raspberry Road. So these things and the timing of them really frighten people that, well, if they amend the comp plan here, then they could do it again in that. And so what I would say is, and that's fair, but I think that the project team is after serving the goal of, our snow storage facilities are at capacity. The loss of this one is, catastrophic. It'll take longer to remove snow from our roads because they'll have to go further. And one of, the other competing goals in our plans is in support of, our trails and our sidewalks and clearing those. So, there's competing things here. The similarities with the previous cases that, like with the previous cases in a separate matter in the Hillside, some of those issues, the concerns of the public will be addressed through a proposed subdivision plat and a separate public hearing and its own set of standards. The subdivision regulations have a whole bunch of standards that the commission doesn't work with every day. And so in this case, it won't be a different board or commission that will be reviewing the conditional use permit. It'll be this one. And built into, the snow disposal site, there's like 3 pages of use-specific standards or requirements, in addition to all the requirements, other site design requirements and natural preservation, environmental preservation requirements in Chapter 7. So, I mean, I think that, right today, it's about the comprehensive plan amendment and the rezone, but if it's successful, and there's no guarantee that it would be, the conditional use permit will have to prove to you that the hydrology works and that it won't pollute the wetlands, that that they'll have to justify the footprint that they're using to build a snow dump, and that the remaining land that is unused, how that will be used and to the benefit of the public. And so those are sort of like site design issues and requirements that the burden will be on them to prove to you, and it'll be another public hearing where everyone has the opportunity to testify and look at a site plan. That's the appropriate place to talk about some of those very real concerns that, if they can't prove that they can meet those minimum requirements, then, it won't go anywhere. Did that answer some of your question? Yeah, I mean, it's not like, these were the same questions that anyone with this proposed development asked, and tonight isn't the first time that we asked these hard questions of them too.
Commissioner Spinelli.
I think Francis's talk kind of talked me out of some of my questions possibly, because a lot of them are aimed at the use and what would come up in a conditional use. But I guess one of the questions I do still have, and I don't know if this is for the petitioner or for staff, but would PLI, assuming that snow storage facility didn't end up going here, but the rezone to PLI, I mean, what would PLI allow for? I mean, let's say, could you put a wetlands bank in a PLI, for instance?
PLI, yes. There are many lands that are owned by the municipality that are zoned PLI. In this location, it's a logical zoning district, for like wetlands banking, regardless of the snow disposal site. Like if it would be appropriate to rezone this to PLI if there was no snow disposal site project.
And then to follow up on that question with the project team, if the wetlands are not jurisdictional, would it have value as a wetlands bank to the Corps? Okay. I'll just leave it at that.
I can give it a shot. Oh, Simon, do it.
I gave a nonverbal response, but that would be a hard no.
Okay. That was easy.
Can you please state your name for the record as well? Thank you.
Sorry. I'm Simon Wigram with HDR. I'm a professional wetland scientist, number 2,669 with the Society of Wetland Scientists.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. There was some concern about potentially taking this, while it's not a designated or a dedicated parkland, and turning it away from that use. Was there any consideration of taking the other TR land in this area and changing it to PR?
Ms. Gleason proposed that to me a few days ago, just end of last week. I don't know if it was Friday or maybe it was today. Very recently, and that was the first I'd heard of that idea. I guess I personally think that's a great idea, personally, but that's a separate process. I think that the West Anchorage District Plan rightly designates this area for park and natural and open space and that. And the planning department is rezoning property all across the municipality that is used as parkland to PR. That's the designation for that. The first phase of that project was approved by the Assembly at either the last meet, I think it was the last meeting or the one before it. So they'll start phase 2. So they did the easy ones, and they'll continue to do that. So, I mean, I think it makes sense to dedicate the tract of land south of this that is not parkland to park. But, you know, that's not up that's not up to me or really the planning department. Heritage Land Bank manages, municipal public lands. And I think that there's strong support for that in the West Anchorage District Plan. Specifically, the West Anchorage District Plan talks about developing a parking lot at that location that people park currently for the really nice trail to the dog park. But I'm way off reservation because, we don't, I haven't spoken with HLB about the tract south of this and what their plans for that property are now and in the future. I just know that the plan speaks to that. I'd say that, I guess I sat with John Parrott, the airport manager, years ago, not related to anything of this, and talked with him. And I left our conversation convinced that airports across the country are not giving away land. They are retaining the land that they have to protect themselves for this like public thing of having an airport and the issues and conflicts that happen between airports and the local communities where they are. They're not, and it says here in the West Anchorage District Plan, due to federal regulations that restrict the state's ability to dispose of viable airport land, it is the opinion of the MOA, HLB, FAA, and Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport staff that chances of these parcels being transferred to the MOA ownership under the state selection are highly unlikely. It goes on, and I read the appendices. So this is the fattest plan that we have, the West Anchorage District Plan, and I think it's largely because of complicated stuff with the airport. But in the appendices, it's not in the plan. It talks about, the MOA approached the state about getting, this property for a snow dump for that purpose, and the existing one, and they cannot do that. The FAA gives federal grants to airports, and they'd lose those grants if they're not going to give away lands no matter what local policy there is, because they feel like the FAA is their overriding oversight. It's getting late, and I think I'll stop speaking. Yeah.
I'll just say I completely agree with your assessment and the likelihood of the resolution in that way. Follow-up question. One thing that I'm slightly concerned about turning this into PLI land is potentially some other use going in there. And I'm trying to find a way to potentially mitigate that while honoring the park-like nature of this parcel. And I'm wondering, is there a way to add in a condition where if it is not used as a snow storage site, that it would revert to PR? I'm thinking that's not something that we can do, but I'm just curious.
Through the chair, that's not something that the department discussed or prepared as an answer for tonight. I think that if the commission or a commissioner felt that way, then they could make a finding that they supported the rezone to PLI and state your reasons, and maybe that your concerns that you wouldn't want otherwise, open recreational space to be used for another purpose as a finding.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner?
Thank you. I have two questions that I think were largely perhaps addressed, but just to confirm my understanding. And the first relates to the discussion about the CUP process. And we heard testimony referring to a desire to have some sort of restriction or limitation allowing the public to use the portions of this property that were outside of the footprint for the snow disposal facility itself. And my understanding had been, and I think I heard you say, I just wanted to confirm, that that type of restriction and discussion would be perfectly appropriate and perhaps best included through the CUP process?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then my second question, which the chair's question I think touched on as well, and one of the concerns I had, not with respect to the redistricting so much as the amendment to the land use plan, was that a lot of the criteria as referenced in the staff packet, and I think a lot of that discussion makes sense to me, but it's all through the context of the significant need for a snow disposal site. And the concern that I had was one kind of timing, which is that since we don't yet, and I think there are likely some issues that need to be resolved through the CUP process for that site, and I expect that they probably will be able to be resolved, but if not, we would then be stuck with this land use designation that was predicated on a snow disposal site being used. And so I guess as a follow-up to the chair's question is just to confirm that the PR zone is something that would be consistent with the community facility and institution land use designation, or would that require another amendment to the plan?
I think that the first phase of the parks rezone that was done by my colleague Ryan Yell, I think that all dedicated parklands that they were able to group into a spreadsheet with the first batch, the first tranche of dedicated parkland, regardless of its zoning, whether it be industrial or residential, and regardless of its land use designation, any dedicated parkland was rezoned to PR. Your question is, if this was, instead of this light green, if it was a blue, could it be rezoned to PR without changing the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, and so just to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. So if the first case, 5-7, to amend the land use plan went through and it was amended to be designated community facility or institution.
Yeah.
And then if, as part of the rezone, there were some sort of condition or some discussion or something that if the snow disposal site was not the use that was ultimately selected for that property, if given that land use designation, it could appropriately be zoned PR.
Yeah. I'm not certain of the answer. If it was designated, no, it would be absolutely yes. If it's designated community facility and it became dedicated parkland instead of a snow disposal site, then it would be rezoned to PR. I mean, the current project, I think they're proposing 3 phases of taking all dedicated parkland and rezoning it to PR. And they've done the first batch, that if it was blue community facility, they wouldn't need to amend the comprehensive plan. They would just rezone it to PR. They would still be consistent.
Okay.
I could double check that by reading. I think if I read a community facility land use designation, I don't know if it'll say that an implementing zoning district is PR, but it doesn't have to become a snow disposal site. I think it would be allowed. I hadn't asked that question before, but I think it would be allowed to be rezoned to PR.
Okay. And then I guess and I assume that the petitioner is looking forward to having at least these pieces in place before the design, proceeds further. But just as a matter of sequencing, have you ever seen, or what's your sense of whether it could even make sense to wait on these cases until we can do the CUP at the same time, or is that just, does that not work for some reason?
Well, there's an immediate need to have a snow disposal site, and they need to do the comprehensive plan amendment, the rezone, a variance, and a conditional use. And I think that the first step is the comprehensive plan and rezone. The next one will be the variance, because they can't even apply for the snow disposal site unless the variance is approved. And then the fourth would be the conditional use. Those are the steps in that order. I don't think that tabling this, all the design work for the conditional use application, I don't think they can invest in that until first having the zoning right.
Yeah, I can understand that limitation. Thanks.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Gardner's comment, and maybe I'm over speaking for him, so I'll speak for myself. I think at least I and possibly other commissioners are running kind of up against this one thing to do first, and I think, at least for me, I would feel comfortable approving the request to amend the Anchorage 2040 land use map and the request to rezone, but I would feel more comfortable doing that if it was on the condition that those changes are being done specifically with a snow storage site in mind. Whereas I feel like how the cases were presented it makes me comfortable with exploring that route further with that. But if it's not a snow storage site, I don't know if I am comfortable with a blanket changing the zoning to PLI district, especially when we're moving away from PR. Yes.
I'd like to let you know is our direction from the administration and all the departments, including street maintenance, real estate, is full steam ahead on a snow disposal site here. So if we get this comp plan amendment and the rezone approved by this body tonight, then we're going to the assembly and we're going to be immediately applying for our variances and then immediately applying for our conditional use permit applications. And so we're full steam ahead. Don't foresee any, it's the approval processes that will be the bumps in the road. We don't foresee any other thing holding us back. The need is very real, and we can't do this fast enough, can we, Paul? So it's the approval processes and we have to go in the logical steps that just Francis said. And so we need the approval tonight so that we can go to the assembly to get approval for the rezone and comp plan amendment so that we can go to the next step.
Thank you. I'm going to go a little out of order. Mr. McLaughlin?
Chair, I really liked the way that you explained and stated that. I don't know if you can capture that again, but I think that is a very appropriate finding, and it's a meaningful finding. I think it would find traction. I think it would be durable. I can't guarantee it, but I think that finding is an important point that should be a finding and would not be lost on the assembly.
Thank you for the advice. Commissioner Spinelli.
Question for staff. I've seen rezones, I feel like I've seen this, maybe I'm dreaming it, but rezones that are contingent on recording a plat. Is there any way to make this rezone contingent on the CUP?
Yeah, there are like sunset clauses to rezones and effective clauses to rezones. I think that there's a possibility that Chair Bailey's finding could turn into something like that at the assembly level. But it would be hard. I don't have a prepared special limitation or effective clause now, and I worry about trying to craft one on the spot. I mean, we've done that before, you know, but it'd be better to have it be a well-worded finding sent with the recommendation to the Assembly. It could still become an effective clause. It's not lost in a finding, but the Commission could make a motion for approval of the rezone with an effective clause that, you know, they obtain a conditional use permit for a snow disposal site. It's just, I haven't thought through what the impacts that would have on all the other applications that they have to make. I'm just a little too tired to try and figure it out now. Because I don't know what would happen. It's hard to guess that without, you know, putting some thought into it.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments from the commissioners, and our time with petitioners and the public is closed, what is the will of the body? Reminder to the commission that we're first dealing with case 2021-0057, and then we'll deal with 2021-0058. Commissioner Krishna.
Oh, I think I intended to remove my... Sorry.
I believe the people currently on the motion to approve did not intend to be there, so if we can remove them and leave it open again. Still looking for someone to make a motion. Commissioner Gardner.
So I'll move in case number 2021-0057. This is a request to amend the Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan map. And I will move to recommend approval of the requested plan amendment to designate the identified parcel as community, facility, or institution.
Motion by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Winchester. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Commissioner Gardner.
Yes, so I will plan to support this motion. I think the approval criteria for a comprehensive plan amendment are met. In specifically, I think the amendment is necessary to address a new issue and need that is significant for the municipality as a whole, and that is to have a designated snow storage site in West Anchorage. Given the limitations on the municipality's use of the current site there, which a long-term use is precluded because of restrictions from FAA grant requirements. I think that this generally is in the public interest, given that need. And I also think that my reading of the criteria is a function of that intended use. And given what we heard from staff earlier this evening in discussions about possible uses in light of this amendment, that the amendment could still support a PR designation should that be desired if this use is not available.
Commissioner Winchester?
Yeah, I tend to support the rewrite of the 2040 Land Use Plan. It met all 9 criteria of the Planning Department approval. It had Sand Lake Community Council support, or one of these two did. Also, the Watershed Management Services had no objection. It will reduce lease costs, and it's well located for MOA maintenance, and it's not formally dedicated for long-term park and rec purposes currently.
Commissioner Poulos?
Yeah, I also intend to support the amendment. I read the snow disposal site evaluation, excuse me, And it made it pretty clear to me that, this is probably the best site for the new snow dump regarding location and just monetarily for the municipality of Anchorage. As everyone else stated, it meets all the standards and goals and policies of the applicable plans as found in the staff findings. And I think one of the big items is that the future permitting will address things such as screening of the snow dump, water quality treatment for conveyance to Connors Bog, and that stuff's all a requirement of permitting and the conditional uses. So I intend to support this amendment.
Thank you. I am going to reluctantly support this motion. I state my reluctance mostly because I want to make a finding that I believe that the Assembly and staff should specifically look into making sure that this change to the land use plan map is that the reason that I'm approving it is specifically for a snow storage site. However, if it is not used for that purpose, I do think that the land should still be used as a park or natural area, or be a PR, and I believe it should also be formally looked at getting formally designated or dedicated as the park to make sure that we do not lose more park land. However, I understand that we're under extraordinary circumstances and we need this site for snow storage, and that is something that was not currently the state of affairs when some of those West District plans were made. I think the integrity of those plans still stand, but there are some other conditions that we need to consider. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. I'd like to start by acknowledging my recognition of the hard work that all departments here tonight do, especially M&O, and I thank you for keeping our streets clear to the extent that you can come winter time. That said, I do struggle with the trade-off, recognizing that the streets and paths that are cleared per the use that's being designated, again acknowledging that we're not hearing the conditional use permit, which we will at some point forward. But that street clearing activity, my convenience, is impacting an area that is near and dear to me, as it is to many Anchorage residents, both 2-footed, 4-footed, and other. I do not intend to support the motion. With respect to item D, proposed amendment to the comp plan for the requested land use designation is found to be equally or more supportive of the comp plan goals. Acknowledging that the current zoning is TR and that no longer exists, it's tough for me to stand on an argument here. If that zoning no longer exists, what am I comparing against? But if I think about how the land has been managed despite its zoning, it's been managed as a natural park or open area. And with respect to that, I would find that a PLIP or PR would be equal or more supportive in that regard. Additionally, I find that item E is not met with respect to the physical constraints of the parcel in question. Now, I understand that a zoning action doesn't result in fill to wetlands, but again, we're hearing the zoning action based on the intended use of the parcel. I appreciate the commentary around Connors Bog, the functional value that it has, and the commentary of fellow commissioners with respect to the Corps' determination that it's not jurisdictional. Had it gone before the Corps a few years ago, there may have been a different outcome. And noting for additional informational purposes, and forgive me if you already know this, it's a bit of a technicality in terms of regulatory interpretation. The finding by the Corps doesn't devalue those wetlands in terms of their function and value to the broader complex. So, for those reasons, I intend to not support the motion, but thank you for the discussion thus far.
Any other comments or findings for the record? All right, call for a vote. And that motion passes 5-2. Moving on to our next item on the agenda, 2021-0058. What is the will of the body? Commissioner Gardner.
I'll go ahead and get something started. Case 2021-0058, this is a rezone from the TR district to PLI district. I move to recommend approval of the requested rezone.
Motion by Commissioner Gardner. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Spinelli. Would anyone like to speak to the motion? Commissioner Ron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I intend to not support this motion for many of the reasons previously stated. I'll close in more short order by referring back to Mr. McLaughlin's early statement around the municipality holding itself to a higher standard. I understand it's a challenging situation, trying to do the best with what we have, and I look forward to hearing the conditional use permit when it's ready for the Commission's review.
Thank you. Commissioner Krishna.
Thank you. You know, I think this was a really difficult decision to come to, and I think I'm still struggling with it a little bit. But maybe I will make a couple of findings. Maybe the first thing I'll say is that I really do think of this case 0058 and 0057 very differently. I won't go into the previous case very much, but I do think that the long history of park usage and the sort of pretty clear designation of the space as park or open space in all of our previous plans that have been adopted for this area did sway me for the previous case. However, I do think that I will be supporting this case, and this motion 0058, for a couple of reasons. First, the approval criteria have been met, I believe, perhaps with the exception of criteria 6 and the impacts to wetlands. And, you know, secondly, as we heard, the TR district is outdated. There's a need to update our zoning. I do believe PLI is appropriate given the surrounding uses. So for those reasons, I will be supporting this motion, but I would also support some restrictions on the uses to limit it to either parks or open space or a snow disposal facility.
Thank you. I guess I'll add in my findings as well that I will be supporting this motion. However, I would like to make a finding that I believe my support of this motion is done with the idea that this site is being used as a snow storage site. However, if it is not going to be used for that purpose, I think it should be looked into rezoning this to PR land. Additionally, I would make a finding that I think that the other TR land in the Connors Bog area should be looked at into being converted to PR land. And so maybe that could be prioritized within the staff to move that along with the other parks projects that they have already considered. Again, I would like to thank members of the public and individuals for their time and assessment today, and I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Gardner.
So I struggle with this as well for I think the reasons that commissioners have already identified, and I'm just, speaking aloud, I guess, a little bit as to, and I know we touched briefly on the question of whether just findings that the chair just made are kind of sufficient to address some of those concerns, or if we send it with a, a proposed limitation of some sort with respect to the use. And I note Commissioner Krishna also kind of identified concerns about the use limitations. And I think just to kind of get something more fully on the record, I'd like to just propose a motion to amend the main motion that such that the zoning designation would include a limitation that the use either be for a snow storage facility or for a park or open space. I didn't click a motion button. I don't know if I did the appropriate.
And as a clarification, it was the zoning designation included limitation that use be either for a snow storage site or for a park or open area? Is that what you?
Yeah, and I don't know if there's a more precise term for, I'll defer to staff with respect to the park or open area.
Through the chair, I think that's fine. The table of allowed uses calls it something really similar. Under community uses, it's park and open area.
Then the motion referred to park, or open area, I think is fine.
Perfect, thanks. Motion by Commissioner Gardner, seconded by Commissioner Krishna. Anyone else wishing to speak at this time? I will just add that I agree with Commissioner Gardner that it's a good idea to formalize this for the record. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, call for a vote. That motion passes. Moving to our main motion, anyone else wishing to speak on the main motion? Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I'll just note briefly as well that we heard testimony today regarding some requested limitations that would relate to the use and availability of the portion of the land that is not used for the snow storage facility, and that those types of limitations can be more fully reviewed, understood, and addressed in the CUP process.
Thank you. Call for a vote. And that motion passes.
Move to adjourn.
Before we do that, I just want to thank staff. We had a lot of complicated things. I feel like he would appreciate the most thanks would be we allow that motion to adjourn to stand, and I'll thank him later. There's a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Winchester. Seeing no objection, we are out of here. Thanks, everyone.